Good evening. At this time, we'd like to call to order the City Council meeting of the City of Palo Alto for Monday, October 17th, 2022. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, sir. Mayor Burt,
Here.
Councilmember Cormack. Here. Councilmember Du Bois,
Here.
Councilmember Filsa,
Here.
Vice Mayor Koo. Here. Councilmember Stode,
Here.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. So our first item is a special order of the day, which is a proclamation declaring Cybersecurity Awareness Month. And Darren, are you welcome? And did you want to make a few comments at the outset?
Sure, I can make comments before the proclamation's read. So thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council, for recognizing Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Cybersecurity Awareness Month was actually created in 2004, led by the President and Congress, and they declared October to be the Cybersecurity Awareness Month. Cybersecurity, so a few agencies have really led the effort, and one is Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is known as CISA, and the National Cybersecurity Alliance, NCA. And they've really been leading a collaborative effort between government and industry to raise the awareness of cybersecurity nationally and internationally. As we all know, cyber crimes have become a lucrative business that targets everybody. So this year, CISA and NCA have created a theme, See Yourself in Cyber, which really demonstrates that while cybersecurity may seem like a complex subject, it's really all about people. Cybersecurity impacts not only organizations, but individuals. And from the city's perspective, we partner with Baker Tilly, our external auditor, CISA, and other vendors to help increase our cybersecurity posture. And some examples are with Baker Tilly, we've conducted an IT risk assessment, and we're currently conducting an IT security assessment as well. And then for CISA, we've done some penetration testing as well as DNS security engagements as well to help protect the city. So in closing, I'd just like to share a few tips, and these are recommended by CISA and NCA. The first is whenever you get an email, including links, really stop, think before you click. You really have to validate the link is from a trusted source. And if you have any questions, go directly to that source and validate that information versus clicking through email. As we know, the criminals out there have gotten very creative and make the emails look very, very real. So again, you have to be very careful when clicking on links. And that includes cell phones and text messages nowadays as well. The next is update your software immediately. Don't let your software get out of date. The next one is, which is difficult, is use strong passwords. But in order to help manage that is you can use a password manager. There's plenty of them out there for available use and really to help secure it. So you're using some obscure password and not, the standard terms or phrases that you potentially would use to just help secure your different accounts. And reusing passwords is one of those things where we all love to do to make it easy, but it's probably the worst thing you can do from a security standpoint. The last one is, or another one is, enable multi-factor authentication. Most agencies, especially financial institutions, allow you to enable multi-factor authentication, and that's highly recommended. That just helps mitigate your risk. The next is really a new term called vishing, where they're using phone and text to help lure you into providing personal information or financial gains via cash or gift cards. And so, if anybody's requesting gift cards or cash, they're probably not a reputable business. So I would hang up on them immediately or disconnect. So again, if you're ever asked to provide any personal information over the phone, please hang up or don't respond to an email. Contact that financial institution or that business directly. So one of the terms that has become common is that resonated with me was be a human firewall. And really what that means is we all have a role in mitigating the impacts of cyber crimes within our personal and professional lives. With that being said, all this information is really available at two different sites that can be trusted. The one is CISA.gov. That's the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Alliance website, as well as the National Cybersecurity Alliance, NCA, which is staysafeonline.org. Again, those two URLs are CISA.gov, and staysafeonline.org. Thank you. That concludes my comments.
Thank you, Mr. Nomoto, our Director of Information Technology, and I have a proclamation that I should share with you. Keep working it. Never let up, right? And Clerk Milton, these two are not proclamations for tonight. Thank you. All right, so we will now proceed to item number 2, which is a study session on 3400 El Camino Real, which most of us know as Creekside Inn. And it's a request for a pre-screening of the applicant's proposal to rezone the site for various from various zoning districts into the planned housing zone to allow construction of 382 residential rental units. Just to share with everybody, the applicants by right have an authorization to have a study session to get initial feedback from the council and the community on a proposal. This is not a night where there's anything approaching an approval process. It is really a question of whether they would go the next step in their process. And we had this scheduled for a couple weeks ago. We normally only have 1 hour for a study session, and we saw that there was a strong enough community interest in this that we've scheduled 2 hours for it. And the plan is that we'll have our staff report, then any initial technical questions from the council, and then hear from the public, and then return to the council for their discussion and feedback. Often in study sessions, we have the comments from the public even at the end. Tonight, we're going to move them forward to that middle section. We are going to ask for people to sign up in advance because we have to determine how many speakers there are going to be so we can figure out how much time we can allocate to individual speakers as well as any speakers who are doing it as a group where 5 people aggregate their cards and allow one speaker to speak on their behalf. So anybody who wishes to speak either remotely or in person, please make sure you get a card in because we'll be closing off the signups soon after the staff presentation. And on that note, Director Late, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Jonathan Late, Director for Planning and Development Services. Good evening, City Council. I'm joined by Garrett Sauls, who will be giving the initial presentation. And Mayor, you took a lot of the words out of my mouth right there with your introduction. And maybe just to reiterate to the community, there is no formal action this evening. This is a provision of our municipal code where an applicant gets to propose a development concept that may exceed development standards, and it is required in our zoning code that they come before the City Council to present that idea before making a decision as to proceed or not proceed. So, Clerk, if you can advance to this slide and the next one. I'll turn it over to Garrett for the presentation. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Garrett Sauls. I'm the planner who's reviewing this project. So as Mayor Burt had identified, this is 3400 El Camino Real. This is a mix of 5 or 6 different properties, currently that hold the Creekside Inn as well as the SIBO Restaurant Bar and Grill. And in addition to that, there are mixed zone districts on the property. So there's an RM20 zone district, there's CS district commercial service, there's a CS with an H overlay, which provides for the hotel development standards on these areas, on this specific type of zone district. And the project will propose to demolish that existing hotel and restaurant retail square footage to construct approximately 382 rental units. The proposed height for the building would be 64 feet. That'd be measured to the top of the mechanical roof screening, 61 feet to the top of the building parapet. There is a portion of this property, and we'll see that in the elevation drawings, that is within the 35-foot height limitation that is provided for in the special requirements section of the PC section of the city's municipal code. The proposed floor area total, as you can see on the screen, is 392,178, which is about almost a 2.5 to 1.0 FAR ratio. They are proposing to retain 4,000 square feet of retail space in the future development. Within this 382 unit project, there's a breakdown of 44 studio units, 243 one-bedroom units, 86 two-bedroom units, and 9 three-bedroom units, overall resulting in a 106 dwelling units per acre development. These units will range between 560 square feet to 1,540 square feet. You can see on the right-hand side of the screen that on building A, the majority of the units will be placed within that structure, and then building B on the bottom left of that image is where the remainder of the units will be placed. Please proceed to the next slide. With this project, they're proposing to have 500 vehicle spaces, 383 long-term bicycle parking spaces provided inside the two-story below grade parking garage. They'll also have 39 guest parking spaces and 1 loading space located near the potential retail restaurant location along El Camino Real. Potentially up to 131 trees would be removed from the existing site, and at a minimum, they would need to provide, based on our current tree technical manual, at a minimum of 260, or greater amount of trees to be replaced on a formal application to get a more specific number. For building A, there's a proposed setback from the residential properties of about 60 feet to the second floor of the building, where the primary amount of units begin to appear on the project. And from building B, there's about a 45-foot setback along that same rear portion to where it would be abutting the single-family residential district. Access to the site would remain basically the same. Primarily, access is provided on El Camino Real and Matadero Avenue. Please proceed to the next slide. The following items are where the project deviates from the city's current municipal code. The height increase, as mentioned before, would exceed both the 35 feet and 50-foot height limits. Additionally, there's an increase in FAR request separate from what the housing incentive program could potentially provide for the site, which is 1.5 to 1.0 ratio. The request is for 2.49. There's also a request potentially for relief from some of the impact fees the city would typically be charging for a project like this. And another request would be to provide for a 0-foot setback build-to line on El Camino Real, where traditionally there's either a 15-foot or the 12-foot standard El Camino Real sidewalk required, whichever ends up being greater, which in this instance would require a 15-foot setback. So there's a request instead to allow for that to be, for those residential units to be adjacent to the property line on El Camino Real. And as a result of this application, the applicant is proposing to provide, to proceed with option 1 for meeting the 20% affordable unit ratio requirements that council's previously suggested support for PCH applications. This is the 5% very low income ratio, 5% low, 5% medium, and then 5% or moderate and 5% affordable workforce housing, affordable housing requirements. Again, providing 382 rental units, 4,000 square feet of retail space, and then additionally redesigning the interior of the area where the Matadero Creek is currently located to provide for a meandering path for the public to walk along that area and engage with the nature around the Matadero Creek area. These are some perspective images of the property as proposed with the project in it, which are included in the plan set for the application. Some key considerations for the council to be aware of during this discussion. If a formal application is filed, staff will continue to evaluate the impacts of this project on its surroundings. In particular, items that have been raised are issues for the city to be aware of, as well as from the public, are impacts on the proposed project on the creek in terms of the impact of the streamside protection area. The impact of added vehicles to and from the site on El Camino Real, as well as on Matadero Avenue, where there's currently a safe routes to school pathway on Matadero Avenue, and the impact of how potentially additional traffic may intersect with that, how to potentially mitigate any concerns or impacts from that. The impact of the project on the environment, evaluating, CEQA, basically determining what kind of CEQA analysis would be necessary in order to review, potentially consider approving an application like this. Then going through probably the more traditional architectural review process, evaluating the architectural elements, the massing, privacy impacts towards adjacent properties, and how that can be designed or organized to supplement everything that the city wants to see with this type of a project. And then separately, financial considerations related to loss of transient oriented tax for the existing retail space, while as temporarily displaced, and then additionally, the loss of the hotel space. These items listed on the screen are from the council packet. They are listed the items that staff had received from the Barron Park Association meeting that we had attended. These were just kind of distilled items from all the discussion points that were talked about, and you've seen, I'm certain, many of them raised during in the public comments that have been provided as attachments to this presentation and to this staff report. And staff's recommendation at this point is to conduct a study session to discuss the pre-screening application and provide the applicant with comments on the proposed development. That concludes my presentation.
Excuse me. Thank you. So let's go to the council to see if we have some technical questions before going to the public. I can wade in with a couple of them while others are seeing if they have any. So currently we have how many hotel rooms at the Creekside? Do we know?
I don't know that number, but the applicant is also present. They can provide that information to you.
Okay. And do we have an approximation of the transient occupancy tax or hotel tax revenue that we get from there?
Yes, that is included in the staff report. And let me highlight that page
Okay,
again.
I missed that part. Thank you.
It is on packet page 13 to 14 to the top, but bottom of packet page 13 to the top of 14. So it identifies that the loss of these uses will result in an annual loss of revenue on the order of $300,000 to $1.3 million. And this is looking at the local sales tax from the retail space currently, and then also the transit occupancy tax for the loss of the hotel.
Well, when you say packet page, do you mean just of this report, not of the council packet, right?
What I'm seeing is the 426 page council packet. So this is packet page 13 out of that.
Yeah. I'm looking at packet page 13, which is page 6 of the staff report. And I'm not seeing those references.
Actually, in my version, it actually says packet pages 14 and 15. At the top of 15 is where that figure is shown. And
Got it.
We may
I
have
see
had
it. Yeah.
some duplication.
So somehow we have different
issues.
numbers. Thank you. And then the other thing I'll be interested in is what's the current retail square footage again? I think that's in the report.
Yeah, that is also in the staff report. It is up closer to the top of it. Let me find that real quick.
Okay.
I'll just note while Garrett's looking for that square footage information, looking online, it looks like there's 136 guest rooms at Creekside.
Thank you. And while Garrett's looking at that, as the staff report noted, there's a menu of options that an applicant can choose from for the planned housing zone. And in this case, they had the 5% of each. Can you remind us on the workforce, the moderate income and the workforce housing, what percentage of the county AMI or average mean income is in each of those categories? And if you need to look that up, I can hear about it later.
You want to know for a family of four, the income level, each of those, or?
Yeah, that's a good point. It varies depending on which house. No, since these are primarily one bedroom and studios, maybe the one bedroom, just so that we get a sense of that.
Okay, yeah. I will look that up while we're
Great, thank you.
receiving additional comments.
Okay,
And then I did find that the amount of existing square footage of a retail is about 8,735 square feet.
thank you. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand the El Camino setback. So when you say they're requesting 0 feet, is that after a 12-foot sidewalk?
Yeah, so the setback in particular is just actually specifically for residential units or placing residential units on the ground floor on El Camino Real. It identifies that you can follow one of two standards, either the 12-foot setback, the standard 8 to 12-foot setback that the city has been requiring on El Camino for all new project developments, or you would be required to have a 15-foot setback from the property line. And it identifies that whichever of those two policies is greater in terms of creating separation from that property line, or creating a greater distance.
Yeah,
Right,
I'm
on El
trying to
Camino Real.
understand, is the property line at the road or after the sidewalk?
Property line in this instance would be at the sidewalk. So I can pull up the plan set and show that to you as well.
So if we had a 15-foot residential setback, a 12-foot sidewalk, we'd be talking about 27
For
feet.
ground floor units only. So if it's if the units were just above ground floor, then it would not necessarily have that setback. But the way the city's current ordinance is written for any sort of residential ground floor units, you would need to set them back further.
Right. So it'd be like the 27 feet back instead of.
Right.
Got it. Okay. I just want to make sure I understood. And then do you know what the frequency of the bus service is near there?
I don't have that information offhand, no.
I'm sorry, during the peak AM and PM peaks, my understanding is it meets the 15-minute headway standard.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
Okay.
For line 22 and I think line 522.
Well, can we double check? Because 22 is the local service and 522 is the express. And I'm
Right.
not sure whether 522 stops.
At every
this-
location, that's
Yeah.
correct. But I believe the 22 is meeting the 15.
Oh, it does.
Yeah, during peak and off and peak AM, peak PM timeframes.
Thank you. That's it. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one question for now regarding kind of following along lines of setbacks. Can you refresh us on what the setback is for creeks?
Yeah, so for the top of bank, the setback would be 20 feet. That's considered kind of that stream side protection area. So development within that space generally is prohibited, with the exception that it can occur provided there's a geotechnical analysis provided that says the stability of the slope, will still, be okay, to use a very simplistic term with the development proposed. You don't have the ability, and our code identifies this as well in section 1840, 140, and 150, that the idea is not that you can reinforce it to make it be okay. It actually has to be okay without, some type of reinforcement in that space. But given that this is a pre-screening application, we don't have some of that technical documentation because that's the expectation of, something's really coming forward. So that would be something we would require during a formal application review.
And I'm not sure if it was in here or not. As far as the current project, does that encroach in that 20 feet?
Yeah. Let me go ahead and share my screen once I find it.
And Garrett and I are going to continue to respond to questions as they come up. So Mayor, if I can come back to your question while Garrett looks for that. You had asked about the AMI, the area median income for, I believe you said, was it one or two family household? One thing, so for a one,
I said one bedroom, but you can answer however you.
I've got both answers for you. So for the way the PHC has been set up, it's 5% at very low income, 5% at low income, 5% at moderate, and then 5% at above moderate. This is the option that the applicant has signaled their interest in. And for very low income, for a for a two person household, the income is $67,400. And for a low income, it's $105,400. And for the moderate income, it is $161,750. And then I can give you numbers for a one person
I'm
household.
sorry, was it also a workforce 5%?
Yeah, that would be the moderate income.
Oh, that's the moderate one and the same.
Yeah.
So the 5%.
Oh, I'm sorry. The moderate is, no, I'm sorry. I'm mistaken. I'd have to calculate the number for the above moderate, which is a restriction between 120 and 140. I don't have that number right now.
Okay. The moderate is the 120 to 140?
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. Moderate is 81% to 120%, and the income restriction for a two person household would be 161,750. Based on the 2002, I'm sorry, what year are we in? 2022 area median income levels.
Thank you.
If you look at my screen here, I can highlight where the top of bank is shown on the plans. It's a little lightly shown, so I'll have to move my cursor around it so you'll be able to see. The proposed development with building A would not necessarily be within that stream side protection or that slope stability area. This is this dashed line that runs down through the plans that my cursor is moving along. And you can see it does come certainly close to that bank line, but throughout it on building A, it does not go within that space as shown on the plans right now. Building B does have areas that show there are spaces proposed with the building that would be within that space. There is a lot of development currently pretty close to the creek. So a lot of the new development may not have maybe as more substantial impact as if it was, a brand new, plug into that space, right? There's maybe some existing reinforcement there that for the building that allows some other additional modifications to be made. But again, that would be part of that analysis that we would get in a formal application. But you can see this line running along here is that slope stability protection area. This line running down through here. So you see it cuts into the building, runs along here, and then cuts into this corner of the building here again.
Okay, I appreciate the visual. That's helpful. Does this also, do you have another graphic that would show where the underground parking is? Because I imagine this showing building A, B, the above grade, correct?
Yeah, that just shows the above grade. So you see here, this is the kind of closest line right here. So this portion here would be about 10 feet away. So it seems as though a portion of the underground garage may, be within that space as well. So we would certainly, again, look at that analysis once we do get it and understand if that can be done effectively to actually retain the existing stability of the slope without any sort of extreme reinforcement. So,
In your experience, is there a difference in that in kind of encroachment and what it could mean for the creek when it's below grade compared to above grade?
I don't have any particularly technical experience on that. So our public works team would probably, be the best group once we get an application that actually looks to do that. We would be the one, we'd be looking at it with them and understanding what shifting needs to be done away from this area, or can it be done as it's shown? So we would definitely be looking at that in a lot of detail and scrutiny.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, because I agree with the staff presentation, and a lot of concerns about that creek. It seems like there's a lot of unknowns at this point, so I think it's going to very much limit our discussion tonight.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. My question is about the impact fees. The staff report says the applicant is requesting that we consider reducing the impact fees, but the staff presentation said waiving. So first question is it reducing or waiving? And second question is, does staff have even a ballpark estimate of, the amount of fees we would be considering?
I can get the number, but in terms of, waiving or reducing, I think to some extent, some of those terms could be interchangeable. It really will depend, I think, on the discussion tonight.
Okay. Well, then hopefully the applicant can clarify that. And I'll wait for the answer on the number. Thank you, Mr. Sauls.
Councilmember Tanaka. Sorry? Oh, didn't look over that way. We lost him. He was here for a little while. Well, while we see if he returns in time, Vice Mayor Koo.
Thank you. Has the applicant indicated what size, how many bedrooms for each of the below market rate units?
No, not yet. But our BMR program would require that they be a representative mix of all of those units. So it's not something where they could, or we would be in the situation where all of them would be, the smallest 1-bedroom units. They would have to be a representative mix of the sizes and unit types.
I noticed they only have 9 3-bedrooms, so really not geared towards family dwelling. The other question is, where is the retail space going to be in building A or B or where?
It's shown in building A along El Camino Real, kind of along the center left, if you're looking at the plan set.
And do you know what is the negotiations that they have with what retail is going to go in there or retaining Driftwood Market? I think that's a big component to this community. Is there any indication of what they're going to do?
I think they could speak to that. We haven't been engaged in that specific level of detail. I think they voiced previously that they're potentially interested in retaining Driftwood, but it would really kind of depend, I think, just on construction time. If this came through and was approved, right, and Driftwood was amenable to staying or not relocating, right, how that all works out, we'll definitely have to figure that out.
Right. Okay, I'll retain my comments for later, but and this is a safe route to School Street, Matadero.
Along Matadero, yeah.
All along Matadero.
Mhm.
Thank you.
And I have a couple of follow-up questions. One, is there some rationale for the waiver of the impact fees from the staff standpoint or the applicants? I didn't see that report.
I think mostly the applicant identified in their description letter, I think their reasoning, just the overall cost of doing construction in general and trying to find a way to balance that with their objectives, but they can certainly speak more to that, I think, than we could.
Great. And then lastly, regarding the creek setbacks, we recently have come to recognize with this upcoming Los Trancos Road project that our zoning code and our comp plan are not aligned on creekside setback distances, at least in the open space area. And can you refresh us on what the comp plan speaks about on setbacks from naturalized creeks in this area? And as compared to the zoning code?
Don't have that off the top of my head, but I'm pulling up the comp plan now and I'll get you that answer.
Great. We can take it when we loop back. All right. So we next will have the applicant present, and they have up to 10 minutes to present. And anyone who wishes to speak needs to sign up at this time because we'll be cutting off sign up so that we can determine how much time each speaker can have to speak. And so I think the applicant has 10 minutes to speak, correct? Yes, welcome.
Thanks, everybody. Let me get set up with the PowerPoint. Garrett, you have that? Garrett will forward. Thanks. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Ms. Vice Mayor, City Council, staff. Really excited to be here tonight to talk about something we've come up with called the residences at Matadero Creek. The pre-screen before you, where the Creekside Inn currently resides. Garrett and staff did a very nice job of succinctly overviewing the project. This is a 382 unit opportunity for housing in the city of Palo Alto. We've also will present with the planned home zoning application, which is the 20% of the units would go to those affordable buckets that have been described in 5% increments. It's 76 units in total. If that was a project that were approved and a regulatory agreement were to be formulated for those units, the 76 units would be evenly distributed amongst the unit mixed in the building and locations as well. In order not to be redundant with staff's report, I will probably try to skip through my slides a little bit more efficiently and just cover some of the highlights that I wanted to make sure we addressed. This is a pre-screen. What we don't get out of that is the benefit of a lot of things we're missing in a formal application. And a lot of things that staff has pointed out and the community has pointed out need to be studied and determined in order to move this project forward, both before we would submit a formal application and as part of the formal application being submitted and working with the departments. We don't have public works oversight on this at this point. The creek is obviously an important factor. We don't have the fire marshal having given an opinion on emergency vehicles coming in and out of this site. We have not had transportation give us an opinion of how this property circulates and interfaces with El Camino and Matadero. We haven't had utilities or green waste look at this. So this is a very early stage and a lot of work would need to be done in a formal application environment. That would also go along with some of the environmental studies that would need to be done. We are aware of a condition adjacent to this at the Varian site. There's a toxic plume that is noted as well. Our initial study of that is that the groundwater runs west to east, not west to south towards the property. So the initial indication is that that is something that can be handled with a thorough environmental investigation. Trees, very important. We want to be mindful and respectful of the trees, both from a preservation and a replacement perspective. And we also want to live peacefully in our neighborhood and not disturb existing residents. So an extensive tree plan will need to be part of a formal application. And that's two approaches, right? There are several trees within the creek that would absolutely be preserved. And then there are trees where there would be a building footprint. But there's multiple approaches on how you would replace trees. There's a pretty extensive tree count that would need to be replaced. And this could be done at varying levels of maturity to add immediate screening towards neighbors and where they're appropriate. So we look forward to working with the city arborist and the community on that should it come to be. And with any new project, there are always traffic considerations. We do have a 136-room hotel and one restaurant and one deli operating on the site. So the operations of a 382-room unit multifamily building would need to be compared against what's existing there. And I think it'd be very interesting to see how that plays out. The traffic impact would also study TDM measures that would go into place and maybe how to optimally have the parking conceived in this project. Initially, we suggested that we would use an unbundled approach where rented units would not automatically come with a parking space, but would have an extra fee to pay if they were to elect to have a parking space. There's always gives and takes with these kinds of parking models, whether they're open stall parking spaces or stacker parking machinery for parking. There's pluses and minuses. The same thing travels with parking with this unbundled and bundled. A lot of things that need to be studied there and come up with what's best for the project and what's best for the community. So here's an illustration of the site and the plan that we've come with that we're studying tonight. And I just wanted to point out two of the things that really indicated the design and the study that we're studying here. The red line represents the circulation of the site, where we've really maintained a similar method to be able to enter the site on El Camino and also have an ingress and egress also on Matadero Avenue. We've significantly cleaned that up to provide the surface level parking that goes along the perimeter of the entire property, both on the El Camino side and the Matadero side. And this allows for two-way traffic for people to come and go, emergency vehicles to access, perhaps garbage trucks to come and go, and pedestrians and bicycles, as a matter of fact, to access the pedestrian path along the creek, which is the second item that indicated very much of the design of the site. We understand the creek's there, it's in its natural state. We see it as a great opportunity to re-enhance and reinvigorate the creek. It doesn't mean we can make it rain more, but what it does mean is we can plant native species rather than what's there, which are non-native species. And what we've done is we've made it a place where with benches where people can access and enjoy in a park-like environment. And what it does is helps connect Matadero Avenue with the retail location that's on Building A up near El Camino Real. The biggest thing about this site is its scale. It's a 3.6 acre site. There's not a lot of these in Palo Alto. If you look at any of the PHZ proposals that have come in the last 1 or 2 or 3 years, if they're an acre, they're large. This one is 3 times that. It does have the creek though, so that does command a pretty significant portion of it, and it has to indicate how we design around it. What we've done here to design around it is we've respected the creek and the setbacks that are required with no new encroachments within the slope stability area. And I think these are things that the city and the developer are going to learn an awful lot about when it comes to the creek and how we can redevelop the site around that condition and maintain it. And as I said, reinvigorate it. We think it's a great opportunity. If you look at the site, with the 3.6 acres, again, we talk about design criteria. That's really what we're here for tonight, is to understand what this PHZ might allow in terms of design criteria flexibility. 3.6 acres using the FAR that is similar in other projects on El Camino and other PHZ proposals is in line with those. When it comes to dwelling units per acre, it's in line with those. The fact that this property is 3.6 acres is what creates the opportunity for 382 units. Not, if you look at from a dwelling units per acre, Wilton Court is 128 or 127 dwelling units per acre. We're at 106. Alta Locale, 127 units per acre. Acclaim had a proposal on El Camino down the street from here that was at 103 dwelling units per acre. We're at 106 dwelling units per acre. And again, the FAR is in the mid-2 range, which puts us right in line with other proposals that are seeking to do multifamily housing in Palo Alto. Other considerations that are on the table with the PHZ is a building height. We're asking to have a 6th floor on our site. This is in order to have enough units that this is feasible. What we've done with the 6th floor is we've set it back from the rest of the building, which this slide illustrates. That's a 61-foot parapet. And so we've tried to be as mindful as possible of exceeding the 50-foot height limit. As with any building, there are mechanical equipment that needs to go on that. That's how we reach this 64-foot height. But as you can see in this illustration, mechanical equipment from the street level is really not visible. It would really be impossible to see. Plus, the code provides for at least 15 feet of height of any mechanical building, of any mechanical equipment on top of a building. The equipment that would likely go in a multifamily building for heating, ventilation, air conditioning would be about 3 feet total in height. Further on this, I got the setbacks. What you don't see here and what you don't see in our plans is really an architectural theme. We understand that at this stage, that is lacking for a lot of lay people. What might this building look like? And that's part of the formal application where we would go through the architectural review board. What we would want people to expect to see is something similar to some Mountain View type proposals like the Dean or like the Luna Vista apartments that have recently been completed and are occupied, where you can see the articulation, you can see the attention to different materials and breaking up the mass of the buildings. What the pre-application does not require and what is a pretty expensive undertaking is actually articulating all of that and putting the fine-tuned pencil to paper and designing this. Just getting to this stage where we've laid out all the units and the massing that you see before you is really just a very short step into that design process. We wanted to talk about the relationship to the R1 neighborhood in the back of the property. When you think about the circulation that we've added to the property, as we've tried to push the property as it is as far away from the R1 as possible while still having a feasible project. That is the reason for the lot lines on El Camino being so close. And what we're doing here is we're trying to find a median ground between the 150-foot, 35-foot height setback requirement and what we're proposing with our 51-foot building, and then stepping further back from the R1 with another 26 feet to the 6th floor. As you could see in this drawing, we're very safely underneath the daylight plane requirement. And what the red line illustrates is approximately where 35-foot tall buildings would be in relationship to this property and the R1. They would be much closer to those properties. So what we're looking for guidance on is how might we find a way to have a more workable solution that buffers the R1 community from this, maybe with higher buildings that have a greater setback. So as I said, what we'd like to get out of this pre-screening is more guidance on the building height, the building setback I just
I've
described.
allowed you to run over accidentally.
That was 5 minutes. Now I'm at 2.
Oh, then maybe we
I got
didn't
3 more minutes.
set it correctly.
I'm almost done. You said 10.
Okay, it's just, I think you're at 12 and a half minutes, but go right ahead. Wrap up your.
Okay, all right.
Yes.
Sorry, guys. Thank you. We'd very much like to understand the building heights, the setbacks. The project feasibility is obviously critical in all these situations. The reason for the ask of the city for some flexibility on impact fees was an ask and flexibility and something to discuss in further iterations. It is not meant to be a full waiver. I think we might.
So I think you get time at the end for response. So maybe you could add some of those things at that time.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm good. Thanks.
All right. So now we'll be able to go to members of the public, and we have how many speaker cards?
So far, we have 12, and we have 2 groups who would like to speak.
Okay. So the good news is that will allow us to let each speaker go ahead and speak for 3 minutes, and the groups of 5 are able to speak for up to 10 minutes as a group. So we'll see who our first speakers are. All right. Our first speaker is Winter Dellenbach, speaking on behalf of Jerry Masteller, Mary Sylvester, Fred Ballin, and Andy Reed. Welcome. You have up to 10 minutes to speak. And we need to set that 10-minute timer too. Are you there? There you go.
There I go. Wow, I can take a breath because I tried to cut this down radically, thinking I would have less time. So thank you for that. I would welcome an appropriate housing proposal for this Creekside property, although all of us, I think, in the neighborhood would miss Creekside Inn terribly. But I would welcome housing on this site. But this proposal is not appropriate, and particularly with a unchanneled creek, a wild creek running through it. Here are my concerns. Firstly, let's see, could you put the first slide up, my first slide up? I do have slides. Could we stop? Oh, there. Oh, thank you so much. Okay, so what this slide is looking toward El Camino. We're on Matadero. We're west of Creekside on Matadero. So we're not where Creekside is. And so this is a safe riding route. Matadero is safe to schools, but also to the VA, to Stanford Research Park, to Stanford University, and beyond. So it's a well-traveled route. And the interesting thing about it is it's only 17 feet wide. For the first 100 feet from El Camino, it's 30 feet wide. And then after that, it's 17 feet wide. And notice what's on each side of it. There's the fence, that's Matadero Creek. There's a bridge to a person's house. There's power poles on each side. Next slide. There's utility boxes, and you see beyond that green fence is Creekside. And there's a building that, buildings at Creekside were built, it's Creekside Inn. When I say Creekside Inn, were built in 1962 and 1992. Even though we have a 17-foot Matadero safe riding route, one of the two parking ingresses and egresses is on Matadero Avenue at the far west end of the property, just a few, not very far at all from a single-family home. And it leads to the 400 space 2-level underground garage and 107 spaces of surface parking. And so there are going to be the little kids, the teenagers, and the adults all dodging and weaving through cars, entering and exiting that huge amount of parkers going in and out from this development should it be built. And sincerely, I don't see a way that this can be mitigated to safety. I think it's per se dangerous. And I think one of two things happen. Either there is no ingress or egress on Matadero Avenue. There's one over on El Camino. There isn't one on Matadero, or we take this off as a safe biking route. It's one or the other. And I support the safe biking route, but otherwise I don't see it. Okay, unbundled parking is a bad idea here. This is the oldest part of, this is around the oldest part of Barron Park. And we have all of these really little streets. We have normal sized streets in lots of Barron Park, but not around here. So it's going to be a massive street parking issue. And and people are gonna park on the streets, and they're gonna park on El Camino because a huge number of people aren't gonna buy a second parking space, and they're gonna have more than one car, and they're gonna park on the streets despite a TDM. And so there's gonna be RPPs needed for the impacted areas in Barron Park and Ventura neighborhoods. And also, the 76, a lot of 76 BMRs, a lot of them are low income households, and they shouldn't have to pay for a second space. They work too, and they don't easily just be able to hop on a bus that at peak hours goes every 15 minutes in a straight line. And the developer shouldn't gain parking fees when a 20% inclusionary set aside is part of the swap being asked for to be granted a very lucrative PHZ zone change. Could we go to the next slide, please? Yeah, I just wanted you to see this. Here's how the creek looks. Here it is. This is at Creekside Inn. So go to the next slide, please. Just wanted you to see that. Okay. This is one of the plans from the developer right now, one of the conceptual plans. Look at the blue arrows. Look at the one on the bottom left. That's pointing, this is Matadero Avenue, and that is pointing to the ingress egress to this, to all the parking, 507 parking spaces. That's it. And then notice it's right on the western edge of the property. And then there's a single family home right next door. That's where it is. And then the other two arrows are just giving you some idea. Actually, a slide was up on this. This is stuff that is in incursions into the creek bank. And there's a ton of incursions. I mean, I just heard Mr. O'Hanlon said, oh, there's no incursions. But then Mr. Saul said earlier in response to Council Member Stone, Mr. Sauls confirmed that, yeah, there are incursions all over the place, at least at this point. The top arrow points to paving around the outside seating should Driftwood Market survive. I'll talk about that in a minute. There's all kinds of things going on. Look how close the swimming pool down at your bottom right. The swimming pool is about, it looks like 2 feet from the bank of the creek. And there's just things all over the place, just right up against the creek. And there's even a couple things right down, frankly, right practically into the creek. It's just, and I don't think they could pack all this stuff in there unless they do make all these incursions on to the 20-foot setback. So moving on from that, show another slide, next slide. Oh, and this is just a close-up. So if you look at the top arrow on the left, there's actually a legend, which I didn't include, but that actually points out where the creek bank is, the top arrow on the left. And then you see there's a pathway that goes right through that green, that mint green, that pathway to the pool area. And there's an incursion right there. And then to the bottom left, another incursion. And then see how close the pool is to the bank. The bank is the minty green. See how the edge of the pool area. So yeah, there are plenty of incursions. Next slide. Oh, and then we've seen that. The two blue arrows show how close one of the levels of the parking garage, the building above it, the 6-story building sits on the 2 levels of the parking garage, 8. So we have a wedding cake of 8 stories. And see how close it is? The top arrow 10 feet away from the creek. Boy, respectful to the creek. I'm not thinking that way. So let's see. The extent of the environmental review, staff didn't know the extent. So staff estimates that 800 or more people would live here. Not a lot of information is available about the 2-level garage yet, except it doesn't count against the FAR. The municipal code requires these buildings be set back 150 feet from single-family homes. Next slide. That's single-family home. That's over the back wall of Creekside, the west. Anyway, it's the back wall of one of the boundaries, just showing you how close things are. And in terms of the trees, I'm not sure that Mr. O'Hanlon was aware that we have a new tree ordinance, and we're about to come out with a new tree and landscape technical manual, which are the regulations that support the new tree ordinance. And that talks about the kind of trees that replace any trees taken out, and also analysis of the trees to be removed and what those standards are. So this may all, any thinking about trees, well, that's in front of us. And I just want to quickly also mention that the driftwood market won't survive the construction time unless its move is subsidized by by the developer in the area to bridge the construction's time. And give me one more second to say the public benefit would be a disaster because it's on private property, and it never works to have a public benefit on private property. The access just disappears into the air. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephen Levy, to be followed by John King. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm speaking tonight as an individual on the letter I sent to council as an individual. You've created two powerful tools to meet the council's own housing goals. The first is the planned housing zone, which has now succeeded in bringing forth, I believe, 4 actual proposals. I think 3400 El Camino is the 4th pre-screen. Those proposals respond directly to HCD's request that your sites have proof of interest. These proposals show actual proof of interest on those 4 sites. This is the first step, as you know. The pre-screen, which is your second powerful tool, asks the proposers to come forth and seek your guidance on the whole list of waivers that the planned housing zone allows you to consider for them. But the proof, the only thing that actually counts is if your responses to the pre-screen bring forth an application. As staff has said, as you have said, as Ted O'Hanlon said, there'll be plenty of time once an application comes forward to discuss a whole range of concerns and to negotiate with the developer within the context of what is a feasible project. And I can't judge how that will go, but we don't get to that step unless you give positive feedback. You've done that 3 times. I listened to the San Antonio, the Town and Country, and the South El Camino pre-screens, and you were very forthcoming. I hope you are so tonight. This project brings huge benefits in terms of a number of units, a number of BMR units. It's more than Wilton Court, a location with great access to jobs, shopping, services, amenities, and transit on a major corridor, El Camino, that the city has identified for lots of housing. It deserves getting to the next step of the details that Mr. O'Hanlon said would be coming forth, getting your feedback and moving to what is the only possible positive outcome of the PhD and the pre-screen, which is an actual application, so you can continue discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John King, to be followed by Kelly Stafford. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is John King. Good evening, council and staff. I'm the current president of the Barron Park Association, and during our August board meeting, we heard from a number of our neighbors, and Garrett Saul did a wonderful presentation for us and really gave us a full picture of what's being looked into. And we have a number of concerns as a neighborhood and an organization. And so our community does support, by the way, and looks forward to the addition of new housing. We think that's important, especially workforce housing and throughout the city as suitable sites are identified. The current proposed pre-screening to redevelop the Creekside Inn just doesn't seem to be feasible in many ways. As proposed, it is out of scale, and if implemented, would present a host of density-related environmental and traffic problems to our neighborhood area there. Number one, the natural creek bed of Matadero Creek being protected and having a 2-level parking structure being built right next to the creek. There are some concerns about how that is preserved. The EIR should also be looking into management of the transportation analysis and MTA, sewer capacity analysis, amongst other things which have been already mentioned, arborist, wildlife, historic report, geotech, et cetera. We're concerned about our driftwood market and that it's an important retail and also, deli for the neighborhood as well. Very popular, of course, and not sure how that's going to be preserved in time. We also have the TOT that's going to be lost, as mentioned before as well. There are only 2 vehicle entrances, and that Matadero entrance just couldn't be managed, I don't think, appropriately the way it's, the way it's put there. It's a, safe routes to school. It's a very narrow corridor, in and out traffic. That could be an absolutely huge problem. Unit sizes, we were, feeling that it's an unbalanced configuration to support families and affordable housing that way. Vehicle parking, another we're concerned that people not using the underground garage might be parking somewhere else in the neighborhood or along Matadero as well. The zoning, kind of an overlay of the PHC over 3 different zones, concerns there as well. And also no real open space that we could find for kids to play and so forth in the middle of the complex. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kelly Stafford, to be followed by Arthur Lieberman. Welcome.
Hi, before my time starts, I had a team of 4 and the 5th person couldn't get on Zoom. So I was wondering if I could respectfully have 6 minutes.
You said they couldn't get on Zoom?
Correct. She could not get on Zoom.
She was attempting to?
I'm sorry?
She was attempting to?
She did attempt to. She did attempt to. I was back and forth with her.
We'll allow 6 minutes.
Thank you. So as I said, my name's Kelly Stafford. I'm a 4th generation Palo Alto resident. I reside on Matadero Avenue, 2 blocks down from the Creekside Inn. As a child, I attended Barron Park Elementary, Juana Briones Elementary, and Gunn High School. I'm very fortunate to be able to live in the house that I grew up in. I rent it from my parents. Without this opportunity, I would not be able to live in Palo Alto, let alone the Bay Area. I understand that the city, like others, is under immense pressure to build housing. I appreciate that the state and cities are doing something, but the Creekside development is not going about this the correct way. You have all received and hopefully read my letter regarding this issue. I'm proud to say that I was also part of the team that wrote the letter from the Barron Park Association regarding the concerns we all have as well. You have read, heard, and will continue to hear from others why almost everything proposed by the Oxford Group is a bad idea. And I'm going to tell you right now, I second that. But I want to tell you why we need to look closely at this project and start looking outside the box when it comes to housing in general. We need housing, yes, but we need to be better and do better than just allowing another developer from out of town put up another building. As we all know, Palo Alto is home to recognized VA Hospital, Stanford University, and Shopping Center. It's home to the birthplace of Hewlett Packard, to top schools, to actors, actresses, sports figures, and Nobel Prize winners. We are the town that is quote unquote on the map for a beautiful place to live, perfect weather, safe streets, and most importantly, good people. We need to do better with building housing because the history of Palo Alto demands us to do better. Our little town has evolved from fruit orchards to companies like Apple Computer. We take care of our environment, our neighbors, our seniors, and our local businesses. This housing development will not. We need to do better. We need to house families, seniors, teachers, law enforcement, firemen and women, and other first responders, people with disability, blue-collar workers, and the dot-commers. We need families out of RVs that are on the side of the streets into homes. We can only do this by not only acknowledging the state's request to build units, but to do one better by holding developers to higher standards to build quote-unquote homes. We don't need studios and one-bedroom units. We need 2- and 3-bedroom homes. So families move here. They raise their kids here. They want to be a part of our community, and we want them in our community. We need affordable housing to keep our small businesses operating, to keep our city workers in the city they represent, to keep teachers close to the schools that they teach, and to keep seniors in the only town that they may know. The Oxford Group is asking the city of Palo Alto to go against their beliefs and principles by approving development that would impose on our neighbors' right to privacy, tear down heritage trees, close local businesses, take away a much-needed hotel, increase traffic at an already crowded intersection, not support the housing needs of the residents who need it, and not support family living. You are our city council. You are put in office to support the needs of people from Palo Alto. You are trusted by us to uphold these standards, beliefs, and values. As we as individuals hold, we rely on you to make good decisions that will lift up our city. We rely on you to protect our city. We rely on you to put our community first, to take care of our neighbors, to protect our city from corporations looking to take advantage of it. If the current Creekside development proposal were to pass at, say, a 75% occupancy rate of tenants, roughly paying $3,500 a month, the Oxford Group would bring in a rough estimate of over $12 million in the first year of operating. We don't need to loosen restrictions on zoning laws. We need to tighten them. If the Oxford Group or any other developer wants to build in our town, make money from our citizens, then they need to meet our standards. We need to require that developers offer housing for those most in need and those who we need most. As I met many of you last week, I had the pleasure of also meeting the new police chief. While I wasn't surprised, I was saddened by the fact that he and most of his force do not live in Palo Alto. The men and women live 1 to 2 hours away. They spend 4± hours on the road, 4 to 5 days a week to come to Palo Alto to work 10-hour days to protect us. Yet we can't support them with a place to call home. While I'm sure the same scenario applies to other first responders, I know it applies to our restaurant, retail, and shop workers because I've been one of them. I'm proud to be from California. I love my home, but this project and many like it are going against everything that makes Barron Park the community that it is and Palo Alto the city that I'm proud of. Please preserve our neighborhood. Send this proposal back to the developer and tell them to start over. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Arthur Lieberman, to be followed by Liz Gardner. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, council people, staff. As John King said, I live in Barron Park, and as John King, our Barron Park Association president, said, most of the people living in Barron Park and the people I know who live across the way in Ventura welcome housing along El Camino, but the housing must serve the needs of our city. Workforce housing for families, as Kelly just said, and affordable housing like the new Wilton Court project, not the grotesque and bloated project that you're reviewing tonight. So how do we accomplish this? And I think we really need to step back And I'm glad that the planning director is here because I think that the way it should start is that the council should commission a coordinated area plan for this section of El Camino corridor in South Palo Alto. When you drive or walk along El Camino in this area, it's quite apparent that apart from the Creekside Inn, which is an attractive structure and a collection of structures, there are some tired buildings and even a few empty lots. Some of the structures have outlived their first life, some have outlived their second life, and some have outlived their ninth life. So some redevelopment is needed, clearly, which will include housing. The map that was shown at the August 22nd council meeting showed a number of sites, housing element sites, identified for along the stretch of El Camino. But the state of California stated that the identification of sites for housing alone is not enough to satisfy the housing mandate. According to the planning department report, at that meeting, the state also requires, quote, creating goals, policies, and programs to spur housing development for all segments of the community. The planning department report went on to say, quote, the housing element shall contain a schedule of actions, also known as programs, the local government is undertaking or intends to undertake to implement the stated policies and achieve the goals and objectives of the housing element. The program I suggest council create would have Palo Alto's planning department involve residents, local businesses, and property owners. I realize this is a major undertaking, but without planning, this section of El Camino will remain an eyesore, likely to become an ugly hodgepodge of structures of various styles, setbacks, heights, densities, and what have you. What is needed to make El Camino along Barron Park and Ventura an attractive area in Palo Alto is coherence and foresight and planning by the city of Palo Alto. 20 years ago, the city of Palo Alto published the South of Forest Area Plan, in which Mayor Burt played a large role and for which he and the others who made it possible deserve lasting credit. The first sentence of that plan says, quote, the coordinated area plan is intended to create enhanced opportunities for building a sense of community through public involvement in planning processes that provide residents, businesses, and property owners with early and meaningful opportunities to help shape the physical components of their neighborhoods and community. The El Camino corridor of Barron Park, Ventura neighborhoods, and the residents of those neighborhoods deserve the same attention and planning effort that the city gave to the SOFA area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Liz Gardner, to be followed by Bill Ross. Welcome.
Good evening, council members, planning, and I'm speaking tonight. I'm just so thrilled that there is a initial plan for rental housing. This is amazing. I'm just thrilled that that the site is being identified as a place to provide homes for Palo Altans and workers and low-wage workers and all incomes, ages, abilities. I'm also really thrilled that it's going to be, there's going to be, I think, 20% of below market rate. I think this is doable. I do think it does need to go back to the drawing board. Some things that I did not hear tonight was as sustainable integration like EV stations, charging stations, solar. The rent ranges are a little obscure. I was doing some just jotting down here. It says there's going to be 9 3-bedrooms. I'm assuming that those are going to be the 1,500 square feet. And then there's 243 1-bedrooms at 550 square feet, or a little bit more than that, or less. So, you know, it's kind of like, why is there so few 3-bedrooms and so many 1-bedrooms? Which leads me to my second observation, which is the integration of a community, a planned community. There's been some speakers tonight who have alluded to this. One thing I am, so happy about is that this is in a wonderful area with amenities and transit and all that. However, what is lacking in the design is the interiors or the amenities that are provided. I'd like to see what some of these units are going to look like in the interiors. And if we can expand on the multifamily, I heard that from the planners that these are supposed to be multifamily. I don't know. You know, it's not just bedroom size. These are homes for people, as people have, other speakers have said. And I also wanted to mention, or importantly, the Driftwood Deli. You know, I think that that building itself could be really integrated into the design of the overall design of, it just has some really unique mid-century features. And I know some of those employees are looking forward to having housing. They come from distances to work at the very bustling Driftwood Deli. I was hoping I could just have a couple of more seconds, just because I think it's really important that we look at this as an integrative community and what it's going to provide as far as amenities. Okay.
All right. Our next speaker is Bill Ross, to be followed by Tanya Gupta. Welcome.
Good evening, Council.
We lost you there.
Hi, can you hear me now?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. I put these comments in writing. Critical to the council's evaluation of this project is the Driftwood Market, which has existed on site since the mid-50s and has been improved and operated by the current immigrant owner since 1987, while continuously employing 7 to 15 minority employees. If there is a neighborhood serving market in Palo Alto, as contemplated several places in the comprehensive plan, the Driftwood Market is precisely that establishment. During the pandemic, it maintained operations, providing much needed neighborhood grocery store facilities to the surrounding area and providing direct takeout and service capability to the medical personnel, which almost continually occupied the motel during the pandemic. I would suggest that in considering the project, staff really consider whether there's a continuation of the Driftwood Market, so to avoid a JJ&F proposal where relocation just didn't prove to be feasible. I think there is an issue with respect to mitigation of the Stanford toxic plume. A very skilled developer less than 500 feet away is in litigation right now, John Vidovich, at 3225 El Camino, relying on a similar analysis of the groundwater flow. I think the evacuation routes under SB 99 for this project need to be further delineated. They are constrained by the restrictions already on Matadero Road and the fact that El Camino is a state highway. I think there are construction implications. And if you look at the actual design and tree study, I think there needs to be an undergrounding of utilities associated with this project to reflect the dangerous condition of public property that's existed since April 11th, when the same conditions of flaring of electrical lines and trees is documented in the city, as was the cause of loss of life and property in Paradise. Finally, I think that you have to consider the policy implications of existing profitable uses, both retail and with the hotel, as being eliminated and being replaced by housing. I think that needs to be evaluated. I think there are other opportunities that can be integrated within this project, but I think the creek analysis is undoubtedly going to involve a stream alteration permit from the Department of Fish and Conservation. So I think the environmental analysis of that has to be extensive. I think that the concept of taking of the Driftwoods business because of this regulation, recognizing that it's dependent on the hotel, also should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tanya Gupta, to be followed by Erica Valentine. Welcome.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, all. I wish to voice my strong opposition to this pre-screening request and development. The location is not suitable for a project or development of this magnitude, and it would entirely disrupt the character of this quiet community. Many key points have been delineated in the Barron Park Association's formal letter to City Council, but there are a few points that I wish to particularly emphasize. The first point is that this particular proposal has extensive opposition from the residents of Barron Park. I attended the Barron Park Association meeting recently, and numerous neighbors attended, expressing their strong opposition. We've spoken extensively with many of our neighbors informally, and uniformly have found that our neighbors have found the scale of this project to be inappropriate for the location. Finally, the numerous written comments submitted to council and published in advance of today's meeting, submitted by many residents who could not attend today, unanimously expressed opposition to this proposal. As our representatives in City Council, we trust that this carries significant weight when there is such extensive opposition from the neighborhood. The second point I wish to emphasize is that Barron Park only has a couple of primary entrances, mainly 2 primary entrances, and this proposal will severely increase congestion and wait lines at one of the main entrances into the neighborhood. The third point mentioned by others is that Matadero is a designated safe route to school for children who attend the nearby schools. As others have noted, this is a rather narrow road with no sidewalks that is already tight when cars are parked on both sides. This absolutely needs to remain a safe route for school for children, given the high number of children that do take this path. And it would unequivocally decrease the safety for these children as they're trying to get to school if we have a development of this scale. Another point is that regrettably, there is nearly no retail in Barron Park currently. Driftwood and Creekside Inn are absolutely beloved, and their elimination would be a true loss in an area that already is lacking in retail. And then finally, and very importantly, this development would also markedly change the character of this neighborhood. While City Council explores increasing housing in Palo Alto, something that I am absolutely in support of, it's also important to preserve some of the intangible qualities that make Palo Alto and neighborhoods in Palo Alto special and desirable, including quiet, peaceful neighborhoods. Massive apartment complexes, such as the one proposed, that are out of proportion for quiet neighborhoods would completely alter and deteriorate many of the qualities that make Barron Park beloved. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Erica Valentine, to be followed by Amy Ashton. Welcome.
Hello, Council. My name is Erica Valentine. I am with Local 393. I represent 3,100 members that live in Santa Clara and San Benito County. Many of my members live in or surrounding your area. Today, I want to say that this project is very exciting. It's a mixed-use building, and it's something that definitely the area and the residents are very excited. However, we do have a couple concerns. One is that there's going to be local labor force used, and that these buildings are built with quality craftsmanship that follow responsible construction methods. Throughout the past, when these mixed-use buildings have came in before, many developers similar to this one will ask for different benefits or alleviation from fees or other things from the city, but yet they're bringing in workers from out of state, out of country, using modularization construction with low quality that often results into, it could result up to sickness and death of the residents that are actually living there. So today we are excited to hear about this project and the revitalization of this area. However, we do like to stress to the developer and ask them to consider to use local skilled and trained workforce, as well as to ensure that the quality and craftsmanship of this construction project is utilizing responsible construction methods. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amy Ashton, to be followed by Cedric Pitot de la Bouchedière. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Burt and council members. I am speaking as a board member and on behalf of Palo Alto Forward. As stated in our support letter, we appreciate the feedback given at other recent PHC zoning pre-screens, and we encourage you to continue this positive approach with the project before you today. The 3400 El Camino proposal meets several housing element goals. The site is already designated as a major site for housing within the housing element. It is located in close proximity to jobs, retail, services, transit, and bike routes. It would add nearly 400 housing units and provide 76 BMR units, and it is of similar FAR and density to other projects approved in the area and along El Camino. Further, the proposal exceeds the retail space requirement for the site, allowing for potential occupation in the future by Driftwood Market or other neighborhood serving retail uses. In conclusion, we should all remember that this is a pre-screen and not a formal application. We urge council to provide feedback to the applicant and allow this project to proceed to the formal application stage. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Cedric Pito de la Bourgadière, to be followed by Jonas Stafford. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Barron Park. I do support increased housing, particularly affordable housing, but this project is just too large for the site. It's hard to find clear accounts of the population of Barron Park. Online, I found estimates ranging from 3,000 to 7,000 residents. The proposal has 486 bedrooms. At 2 residents per bedroom, that's about 970 residents. So basically, this project alone would increase Barron Park's entire population by 15 to 30%. Matadero Road is a major access point for Barron Park for both bikes and cars. It is one of only 3 roads in and out of the neighborhood which have a traffic light to cross El Camino Real. Already that intersection can have long car queues, and the short green cycle coupled with the long red traffic signal incentivizes many drivers to speed and run the light rather than wait the long cycle for the green to come again. So all these people on this site are going to have a big traffic and safety impact on this important route out of Barron Park. The proposal says it would remove 131 trees, and the staff report said that the applicant would be required to plant over 260 trees. I counted about 117 trees on the proposed plan, so I don't see how they're going to fit twice as many trees than what they have shown. It seems they would need to replace their entire roof with a landscaped roof with 140 trees. In addition, many of those trees, 20 of them, would need to be dwarfed to fit in the 20-foot wide gap between building wings. So the city should be clear on the requirements. What does it mean to plant a tree? Is a dwarf tree equivalent to a full-size tree? And how do we ensure the trees are maintained in a healthy state through the lifetime of the project? And it is important to protect the creek just downstream. Palo Alto is likely to renaturalize the same Matadero Creek through the Fry's site. So we need to make sure we protect the upstream portions of the creek as well. I'm also a big fan of Driftwood Deli. I even have a shortcut to their site on my smartphone. Driftwood employs many people. They make great sandwiches and they offer espresso drinks and ice cream, etc. Losing this business would be a big loss to the neighborhood. So overall, I support housing, but this is just too big. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jonas Stafford, to be followed by Christine Stafford. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jonas Stafford. I've been a resident of this town for many years now. In my recent email to the council, I characterized this project as outrageous and only meant to begin the negotiation and not offered in good faith. I still hold that view. However, I must point out that the planning that it's the planning zoning that this is approved under is a very good and useful thing. And there are several projects in the area that I've seen that are much smaller, much more in line with the community, and none of them has been moved forward as far as I can tell. Certainly none has been approved. I'm going to keep this short. The last thing I want to say is the council voted in, I think, 2020 to institute the planning zoning from family neighborhoods. And apparently you haven't gone back to that decision. So I would suggest that you revisit it. And I would suggest that once you revisit it, you look at this plan and the magnitude of it and turn it down out of hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Christine Stafford, to be followed by Mircea.
Mr. Mayor and Council, I grew up in Barron Park and I've never left.
Sorry, could you scoot over a
I'm
little
sorry.
to the
Yeah,
side?
thank you.
Good.
I grew up in Barron Park and I've never left. I live just down the street from the enormous project which has been proposed for the corner of El Camino and Matadero Avenue. I've watched the city change over all these years, mostly for the better, but not always. Sadly, housing prices have gotten out of reach for a large majority of people working here. Our teachers, blue-collar workers, gardeners, house cleaners, restaurant staff, and all the other lower-income workers in Palo Alto deserve a chance to live in a decent area for a decent price. We're not against housing, but against giant companies coming in and not looking at what is best for where and what they are building. We need low-income housing, like the Wilton Court project on El Camino. The city approved the affordable housing zone in 2018, but only this one project has taken advantage of it. We are a small, close-knit neighborhood with many children, elderly, and commuters on bikes. Matadero is the main street leading to the bike path for Stanford, Gunn High School, Barron Park School, and Bull Park. This project ignores the 20-foot setback from the street, which the city wouldn't let me ignore when I wanted to extend my garage out 3 feet so I could park my car inside. It has only 2 entrances and exits, one on El Camino and one being on Matadero Avenue. This is all not safe or practical for such a narrow street. All you have to do is look at the corner before and after school hours or work hours to see how backed up the corner gets. The developer is asking the city to waive most of the building restrictions and the fees, which have been put into place to keep our neighborhoods and schools safe and clean and cared for. This project needs to be looked at very carefully by the council and planning commission. The Oxford Group is involved in over $3 billion of real estate and private equity investments. They don't need to overreach. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mircea, to be followed by our final speaker, Bob Moss.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Yeah. So my name is Mircea, and then I was wondering if Minghua Li raised her hand to donate the minutes towards, she is the resident at 550 Chimalos, next to my property at 572 Chimalos. Is that possible?
I'm sorry, you're asking if someone else could speak on your behalf?
No, she emailed me that she's going to be joining on the Zoom and she's going to assign her minutes, whatever minutes, to my part.
Oh, I'm sorry, that's not permissible under our rules.
Okay. Okay. So my name is Mircea, and I'm the resident at 572 Chimalos. I'm literally behind the fence of Creekside Inn. I'm a real estate developer. I also speak in behalf of 550 Chimalos, which is, again, the property that backs to the Creekside Inn. I was part of helping the Barron Park Association put a letter together, which I agree with all the points made. I'm a real estate developer. I have to bring this one up, be very transparent. I'm for housing, for affordable housing, but I'm a strong opposition of this project because of the size of the project, because of the height of the project, and because of the number of units that they try to get in this project against the property line, which is the R1, which is, I am the first line of defense. I sent an email to the council. I have a big issue with any type of housing being closer to the property line in R1 at the height that it's now proposed, 5-story building. They have parking against the fence. We have issues now with the Creekside Inn as it is with the hotel. That's where the parking is right now. So where they have the B building, that's where it needs to be a park, an open space designated for the site. They're talking about 3-point-some acres. Well, you better provide a park because those 900 people cannot just go and camp at Barron Park. So it's not appropriate what they do. They're definitely overreaching with that. They should not be allowed to have any type of reduction on the fees. They actually have to provide a park, a 1-acre park, donate that to the city and be able to get credit in exchange of that. Also, they have to mass the building towards El Camino, and they have to mass the building towards CPI and not towards the residents. This line of sight, it just doesn't make any sense. I'm completely in opposition of this, and we do not want to have a repeat of the reverse city council decision as the Maybell project under the same project manager. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Bob Moss.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. First, I want you to understand I don't object to the principle of housing along El Camino. The El Camino design guidelines that I helped to create more than 40 years ago supported housing above ground floor retail. However, we also wanted to have the scale of the buildings built and the scale of the housing consistent with the neighborhood. This project badly fails that minimum requirement. It's what I would consider a general scam by the developer, where he ignores the existing zoning, ignores compatibility with the neighborhood, ignores traffic and parking, and puts in an oversized project, expecting to have some concerns and complaints, after which he'll cut it back 10 or 15% and then come back and say, well, I cut it back as you asked, and now it's wonderful. Don't approve this concept at all. Let me give you some examples of the problems. First of all, the aquifer below this property is 14 to 16 feet. Therefore, a 2-level underground garage is impractical. You can't go down 2 levels and be less than 16 feet deep. So you can't park on site. There's not going to be enough parking. So you have to scale back the parking on site. And where are you going to park? Along Matadero, which is already a narrow street? Isn't going to work. Second, this project violates the density, the 50-foot height limit, the 35-foot height limit along El Camino, FAR, and units per acre. Outside of that, it's absolutely wonderful. I'm being polite and calling it garbage. What we need is to have a project which unusually complies with the comprehensive plan, the zoning, and the El Camino design guidelines. Another thing that's not mentioned particularly is the fact that this location is not very far from the most congested intersection in Palo Alto, which is El Camino and Page Mill. It's about half a mile away. As proposed, this should not be approved. It should be scaled back and meet the comprehensive plan of the zoning ordinance.
And that concludes our public comments. The applicant has an additional 3 minutes to wrap up or respond in any way you wish.
In the interest of time, we'll keep this brief. I think I spent a lot of my presentation talking about process. This is a process, and we understand that, and we hope the community does too. Part of the process is taking all this constructive ideation and ideas and criticism and seeing what we can do to make it better. We look forward to your questions and answers. We're here to talk about them as you have them and do your review. Thanks very much.
Thank you. So we'll now return to the council for our feedback. As we've explained before, we won't be taking motions. This is how a study session is conducted. But individual council members will be providing their thoughts on the project. And if you have additional questions, you're welcome to ask those as well. Who would like to go first? Vice Mayor Coop.
I'll go first. I wanted to ask a question, your definition of staff, the definition for workforce, because obviously there are confusions when I'm hearing from the general public speaking about workforce and then from certain groups talking about workforce. I want it to be very clear to the public, what is workforce housing defined as?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And understandable that there's some confusion on that. Locally, in terms of our definition, there's only one place really where we define workforce housing, actually two places. One is in the workforce housing overlay, which is a discrete combining district application process that was used at 2755 El Camino Real, which is the former VTA parking lot. That ordinance defines workforce housing as being at 140 and up to 150% of the area median income. That's the only place where we have a local definition for it. The other area where we make mention to it is in the sort of guiding document for planned home zoning, where we talk about the inclusionary requirements, where we indicate that workforce housing, again, at 140 and 150% AMI is a category that we have an interest in.
And I appreciate you bringing up the 140 to 150% AMI. Since you looked it up earlier for the mayor, would you please define the income level for the 140 to 150% AMI?
Yes, and give or take a little bit of math, but it's in the neighborhood of 188,720 for your 140% area median income number for a household of two. And I did not calculate 150.
That's okay. I think that we get the gist.
Okay.
140% area median income
For a household of two.
equates to 188 plus thousand for two incomes, right? That's quite hefty, for a workforce. So let's be reminded when we're talking about workforce, it is not for the janitors or for the electricians or for the gardeners. It is not. Even for some teachers, that's not reachable. So I want to be very clear about that. And we already have one of those, which you had mentioned, Mr. Late, and that's at Alta Locale. Their rents are for studio is about $3,300 plus per month. Their one bedrooms are over $4,400 per month over. That's for their one bedrooms. So again, we have quite a large number of these one bedrooms and studios in this PHZ. And I would actually not compare this development to Wilton Court and to ask for waivers and for to waive on the impact fee. Wilton Court is 100%, 30% to 60% AMI. It is indeed all of it, 100% for below market rents. So for this property, for this developer to come in to ask for waivers for a for-profit is unconscionable. Then I want to say also, Creekside Inn, Driftwood Market, as well as SIBO has been long time business operatives in Barron Park. They have been good neighbors. They've participated in a lot of Barron Park's activities, donated a lot of goods in order to support the neighborhood. And it's one of I know that when my children were going to school at Gunn, they went to Driftwood Market a lot to hang out. This is one of the last locations that they can go to hang out. as it is, in our land use and planning, there's very little regard for our youth in this community. I think that we need to kind of look at what other things we find is important to our community, our local community. I think a member of the public who mentioned about parks, it's time that we start looking at ensuring that we have enough park space for even the new residents that are coming in. At this time, we're at a deficit. So we should be looking at insisting on more park and open space. I do want to say that also in the applicant's presentation, they gave us 2 examples of apartment buildings and their building height. They indicate the Dean Apartments in Mountain View, as well as the Luna Vista Apartments. But you have to look at where these apartment complexes are placed. If you look at the map, which I am sorry I can't show, they back up to other commercial buildings. There's no single family behind them. And we have to be realistic about many of the properties along El Camino in Palo Alto. The parcels are very shallow. So yes, they will back up to single family homes, which is why building is, planning is really important. Let me see here. The other thing that a member of the public mentioned is that parking. And also the applicant did mention parking and thought about unbundling, but we have to be very careful. Oftentimes, parking encroaches into the neighborhoods. As it is, I know that there's a lot of property, single-family homes in Barron Park that are, and in other neighborhoods as well, that are being rented out, not to just a family, but to multiple people who rents the bedrooms. And then many of them each has a car. I know that because I used to live across from the street from someone who had 5 different cars, 5 different people living there. So it causes a problem. Matadero is also the most, Matadero Avenue is also the most northern point where there is a traffic signal. And so a lot of people use this Matadero Avenue for ingress, egress. It's very narrow and just can't have cars parking on both sides, and it will cause a congestion. And I think Mr. Ross had mentioned AB 99, which is for emergency ingress and egress. I think that's a very important point because there's a lot of ambulances that does go into the neighborhood. Did I exceed my time? So I will yield to my colleagues because I do have a lot more to say, but thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other lights yet, so I can go ahead and wade in on a few my comments. First, I want to say on the impact fees that I don't think I'd even consider waiving impact fees for a market rate housing project or commercial project. Those are the very fees that are necessary to continue to invest in the infrastructure of parks and public facilities that are necessary to support this very large increase in new population that will result from the 6,000 homes that have been mandated in this housing cycle alone. And so I just want to kind of get that on the record, not only for this applicant, but for subsequent applicants, that I certainly wouldn't be inclined to consider that, especially in this circumstance where we're replacing very significant, we would be replacing very significant hotel tax. So that in that case, the city would lose out on both ends. And we don't have the resources to be able to not only lose that hotel tax, but to subsidize market rate developers and their obligations for investments, proportionate investments in new infrastructure needs. And that does go to a broader issue also, which I'm very concerned about, which is the way in which we probably didn't recognize how our upzoning, particularly with first the Housing Incentive Program, HIP, which allowed across the board 1.5 floor area ratio for housing. But now we had the PHZ, which was supposed to allow some modest increases above that 1.5 to be able to allow one project that might need a little less parking or a little more height or a little more density or a little more floor area ratio. But what we're getting are some very significant increases above that. And the hotels, when we put in the hotel overlay zoning now 14 years ago, it was because hotels had less return on investment per square foot than either office or residential. They had far higher revenue to the city and far lower trip impacts per square foot, but higher lower return. And so we went from what was a 1.25 mixed use FAR for other uses to 2.0, and that's how we got the hotels that we have today, which have been vital for our infrastructure plan, the revenue from that we set aside for it. Now we've set it up so that we are looking at housing projects that are being proposed routinely over a 2.0 FAR. And so not only are we not going to be seeing proposals in all likelihood for new hotels for the most part, but we may see a real succession of low density hotels, motels along El Camino that are candidates to be demolished and replaced with housing projects. And we may need to do that to meet our housing goals, but we haven't had that policy discussion, and we've set up the economic incentives to do that on a whole series of locations. And then I wanted to bring up this issue of the Creekside setback, and I was able to find the segment in the comprehensive plan. And it is the program that pertains to the areas east of Foothill Expressway. We have a separate setback intention of 150 feet to the west of Foothill Expressway, but it reads, this is program 9 or N3.3.2. Examine the development regulations of the Streamside Corridor Protection Ordinance with stakeholder involvement to establish appropriate setbacks that reflect that varying natural and channelized conditions along creeks east of Foothill Expressway, and this is a naturalized one, so it's even more sensitive. Ensure that opportunities to provide an enhanced riparian setback along urban creeks as properties are redeveloped or improved, that's included in this evaluation. And then the next program says that it should be requiring careful design of lighting surrounding natural riparian corridors to maximize the distance between nighttime lighting and those corridors and direct lighting away. So we haven't yet incorporated that in our zoning, but this is a discretionary approval. It's not based upon zoning per se. We should be going forward on that zoning, but we didn't address that in the comp plan compatibility section of the report. And I want to make sure that going forward, we're looking at those issues where appropriate. As one speaker mentioned, we have recently looked at naturalizing the Matadero Creek corridor in the Fries area, just downstream from here, where we deliberately negotiated to increase the setbacks from that corridor. And it was a major topic of discussion. This one is not only right up against the corridor, but it's a redevelopment. And we're not looking at addressing this comprehensive plan set of programs. I also have some additional comments, so I'll at this time refer to my colleagues, and then we can loop back on the second round. Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll start with a few additional questions. So I was disappointed with regards to the staff report on the limited discussion on impact to trees. I appreciated that being mentioned briefly in the staff presentation tonight. Do we know, and I think one of the public speakers brought this up as well, do we know what the impact will be will be removed through this process, because of this project?
No, not at this time.
Okay. As I thought it was a nice gesture of the applicant to offer Driftwood Deli a future home on the site, but I'm curious, how long are we anticipating total construction time to be, and a realistic ballpark number from the time that Driftwood would have to vacate to being able to move back in and operate? Any ballpark sense of how long that would be?
I think many larger projects are tending to take at least 2 years around now time. So even like larger commercial buildings that are maybe just office buildings, for example, in the research park, have been tending to take about that time. So I would imagine a similar time frame.
Okay.
If not longer for the bigger project than this.
Okay, so 2 years, probably minimum. Yeah, I would imagine it seems to be a complex project with a lot of moving pieces. So I think unrealistic to assume any business, let alone a small family business like Driftwood Deli, is going to be able to survive a 2-year hiatus there, and especially the employees. And it'll be a big loss for the community. I, like many who spoke tonight, have frequented Driftwood my entire life. It's a staple in this community. Just a few weeks ago, I had some friends in town from Southern California. Took them there and they said, "I love this place. I can't believe you've never taken me. We want to come back next time we come up." And I said, "Well, it might not be here in the future." So they were saddened about that. I think many in our community are. So I'd be curious if this progresses. I appreciate the applicant's willingness to revise and have that discussion moving forward. Like to see some more concrete plan than a kind of a hollow promise that they'll be able to have a place to return, because we all know that's not going to happen. Do we have an anticipated cost per unit for the market rates? I mean, like 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom?
No, we don't have that yet. No.
Okay. I'm curious. I know the applicant mentioned the Dean and Luna Vista. I appreciate the vice mayor's comments. I mean, I think comparing those to understand kind of like maybe the context of height is sort of irrelevant here. It's all, we've talked about this a lot with these pre-screenings, and why previous pre-screenings I think have been successful in front of this council. Context matters so much in the architecture, and the Dean, Luna Vista are, as the vice mayor said, in a very different location and contextually fits in with that location. Are those two projects owned by, is it the same company or completely separate? Do we know? No. Okay. Yeah, man. I just did a quick price comparison. In the Dean and Mountain View, 1-bedroom apartment goes for $4,200, 2-bedroom goes for $5,300. Luna Vista, 1-bedroom goes for around $4,000, 2-bedroom goes for around $4,600. So yeah, again, I think new rental housing is great. We need housing, but I think it's also important that we're having an honest conversation about this type of housing that's coming up. I mean, if that's the price of these apartments in Mountain View, we know Palo Alto is going to be far greater than that. So these market rates are going to be incredibly expensive and very alarming. I'm glad the vice mayor was questioning about what we're seeing at 140% AMI. And was saying that not all teachers are going to be able to afford that. Well, definitely, me and my wife, both public school teachers, we can't afford that. So I agree with the vice mayor. Director Lay, I know I've asked you this question before, and I don't think we've ever, I know we always kind of get we need to figure this out. So I assume the answer is the same. Are we able to, if we were to, this project was approved, there was concerns about parking overflowing into neighborhoods. So my question here again, can we do an RPP and exclude particular projects?
Molly?
Sure. It depends.
So the Attorney General, former Attorney General Kamala Harris had issued an opinion that multifamily housing, it's not appropriate for those developments to be excluded from a residential preferential parking program that's available to single family homes. Of course, the Attorney General opinions are advisory. However, there is pretty broad discretion for local councils to decide where to draw the lines of an RPP. And so careful thought can be given to where you want to draw the boundaries of that district. And that does determine then who is eligible to receive parking permits to park within the district.
Great. That's helpful. Thank you. And one other question. As far as amenities go, and I know there were some concerns by the community. I mean, the only amenity I was able to see in the application was a swimming pool. Are there any others that we're aware of?
Yeah, there's also in the plans proposed a gym. I imagine though that might be more so just for the tenants.
Okay, thank you. And then I see I'm out of time, so I'll save my comments for the next round.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. And we're doing 2 rounds?
It seems that likelihood.
Okay. All right. I've been unable to see the timer that you all are on, but I'm going to start my own here. Okay. I appreciate the conversations my colleagues have started around the AMI numbers. And I just want to remind us all that healthcare is actually our biggest industry here in Palo Alto. It is most of our largest employers are in healthcare. So I just looked up dental hygienist and physical therapist, and if a dental hygienist and a physical therapist were partners, they would fit right into the workforce numbers that Director Late used earlier. So I just know people like to refer to certain groups of people, but I think it's important that we also include healthcare, which of course is our largest industry in terms of employment. Okay. I want to align myself with the email that Gail Price sent earlier today. There have been many strong statements. I've read them in the emails and we've certainly listened to them tonight. Many on one side and a few on the other. And I think there is an awful lot of space in the middle. So I think her suggestions are eminently reasonable. I do think there's a lot of space here for something to work at this location. A few comments for the applicant, and then I do have one question if the mayor will permit that.
Yes, the applicant can join us at the speaker.
Thank you. So the first comment is, I think something at this size and scale is actually really a new community. It's not just a building, it's a new community. So this is still in the statement part. And I think the questions about amenities from the public and my colleagues are well placed. Pool, gym, et cetera. I think that is definitely worth thinking about of something that is this size. The second comment is that I don't think it's fair to compare the dwelling units per acre of this to the 2 that were listed because you really have to adjust for the creek side. The creek itself, not Creekside. So I appreciate that. But if that were to be, if we were to go any further with that, I think I would want to understand the dwelling units per acre of just the buildable area. Okay. And then my question is, I've been provided with the letter that you sent in, Mr. O'Hanlon, and on page 4, I'll just read. It says, based on the proposed 382 unit project, the estimated park impact fees at $42,468 per unit are over $16 million, making the provision of affordable housing or even market rate impossible. So I just want to test my understanding. It is your contention that if these park impact fees remain where they are, this project will not move forward?
It's a very large line item that needs to be considered with moving the project forward.
Okay, but that's not impossible.
Nothing's impossible. Like I said before, this is a process.
Okay, thank you very much. And then a follow-up to staff. Am I right that 16 million per acre is nexus study work that's being done for, remind me what it is that on the park impact fees for?
So thank you, Councilmember. We did receive council direction to update the, to do a nexus study for the park impact fee as it relates to housing. As of yet, I don't know the status of that project.
Okay, and the current amount we were using is around 5 million? Was that the amount per acre?
Sounds about right.
Okay, and so are these fees listed here on page 4 based on the $5 million number, what exists now or proposed?
It'd be based on current fees.
Okay,
I believe that's, you're referring to Mr. O'Hanlon's.
yes, his letter. Okay, I think that's an area that's, you know, I think the council needs to, we all need to appreciate if we're asking people to provide this much in park impact fees. I think it is incumbent upon the council and the community to know how it is and where it is we're going to use them. Ooh, and I see that I am over time. Okay, so on the next go round, I'll have another few comments. Thank you.
I did want to follow up just on Councilmember Cormack's earlier question about the impact fees for the project. So I was able to calculate them, and in total, it would be about $21 million, $21,370,435.32.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sauls. And is it right that 16 million of the 21 million would be park fees?
Yeah, I'd have to go back and reopen that calculation, but that wouldn't surprise me. That is a more substantial impact fee.
Okay, great. 21 million. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Tanaka.
Yeah, so thank you to the applicant and also thank you to everyone that spoke tonight. Really appreciate you guys coming out and giving us feedback. So my thoughts about this project are several. So first of all, one thing I do like about this project is that it's more studio heavy versus 3 bedrooms because inherently smaller units are much more affordable. And this helps our affordability issue. You know, our world is very different than it was in the 60s when, you know, the divorce rate wasn't as high. There weren't as many single parent families. So I think small units actually make a lot more sense these days than ever before. So I think that's what's good about this project. In fact, I would like to see even more studios compared to larger units because that way more people could be helped. The other thought I had is I noticed in the plans that they had retail along part of El Camino, but I think having it along all of El Camino facing on the first floor would be really good. I think that would help El Camino, and I think it's also good for this project because it is, you know, quite heavy in terms of residential. The other thought I had was I noticed that there's 2 entrances. There's an entrance with El Camino and also Matadero. And when I had an office hour on this topic about, I don't know, maybe a month or so ago, this was a big point of contention with a lot of people because of all the reasons that people talked about tonight. So, now perhaps we could consider, maybe just something I want to ask staff is if there's only one entrance, let's say on El Camino, is that possible? Is there any, I think one thing the applicant told me about was that you have to take a U-turn or you can't turn left on El Camino. But if we could accommodate that so that the traffic doesn't have to spill over into El Camino, is that a possibility? I don't know if county staff could talk about that.
In a transportation impact analysis study, we would be able to further explain or study that specific and potential. Right now, we wouldn't be able to answer that question though.
Okay. Do you have any feel like, is it possible or does it look really difficult for something like that to happen?
I don't think we'd be able to answer that right now. No.
Okay. Well, anyways, that's something that should probably be studied. And then in terms of impact fees, you know, this is something that came up, and this is one of the reasons why I voted against it is because some of our impact fees we actually quadrupled, right? I mean, tripled to quadrupled, right? And so it makes projects almost infeasible. You know, if we're trying to build more housing, I mean, quadrupling our impact fees makes it very, very tough for anyone to build housing. So, anyways, that's just it is what it is. But it's $21 is a lot, right? And that's hard for any project to get off the ground. And then last thought I have on this is I actually like the idea of mixed use because there is a good point about the fact that we're going to lose hotel revenue. And I know that there are some places where they have hotels and residential together. In fact, some of them are very, very desirable. They're kind of almost prestigious to have. And I mean, maybe that's something that that could also be considered, where there's some retail on the first floor facing El Camino. There could be hotel on the bottom, and maybe the residential on the top. And maybe that's one way to kind of make this more of a win-win for everyone, so the city doesn't lose as much revenue because our hotel revenue is down big time. So I don't think we want to lose more. But anyways, these are some of my initial thoughts, and I look forward to seeing more about this project. Thank you.
Councilmember Philsett.
Yeah, thanks. Well, so a number of things here. First of all, it doesn't meet code. We all knew that. Height overall would be, I assume it's the tallest thing along El Camino Real. I think Pali Square is probably higher, but it's set a long way back from the streetscape. Massing and height adjacent to low density residential and transitions and so forth is really divergent. Setbacks, so forth. So there's that. There's the whole code thing. It's really 15% BMR, not 20%. Workforce housing, as a couple other people have noted, as defined in Palo Alto, is really market rate, as we've seen in Alta Locale, for example. That kind of vagueness is really our fault in government here, but it is what it is, and it's not a 20% below market project. Matadero Road, tons of issues associated with a number of cars at rush hour. Can it even handle the traffic? It's on the safe routes to school path. I think Matadero Creek preservation is probably going to be a real challenge to actually do that. Eliminating driftwood and SIBO is not a community benefit, nor is the loss of hotel taxes. Waiving the impact fees, I figured that was just some extra stuff to give up later in negotiation, actually. Right. Tree protection ordinance, I don't think we should waive that. And RPPP, if legal, that's going to cost all the nearby residents $50 a permit, and that's not really a community benefit either. So a bunch of stuff that talked about. More generally, we're in an election cycle right now, and so there's been a lot of talk lately about supporting good projects, but not necessarily every project. This council has seen some good proposals over the last couple of months that we've indicated support for. The one before us, as defined tonight anyway, has some real challenges, at least in this location. Beyond all sort of the previous, if you look at this project, it's 85% market rate. And it's also 75% studios and one-bedroom units, which are going to rent for $3,000 or $4,000 a month. Teachers' aides and retail associates and families with children are not going to live in these units. These units will go to people who can both afford the rent and be comfortable in that kind of smaller space, which means heavily on single professionals. So this is really Silicon Valley tech workforce housing. And most of the Silicon Valley tech workforce expansion these days is out of town and not near this location. What I think would be really ideal here is actual affordable housing for people who work important jobs here in Palo Alto that don't pay the kind of wages that it takes to afford Alta Locale down the street. And there is a little of that kind of housing in this project, and it's actually the best part. But there's a lot of concern too, and I don't think most Palo Altans would find that it balances out as we've seen it today. But a couple of thoughts. A lot of the challenges here are tied to this specific location. So imagine that you took this project as defined and found someplace else in town to put it where it wasn't on a safe routes to school route. There weren't going to be RPPP and neighborhood parking problems. It didn't butt up against low density residential. It was fed by higher capacity streets. An open creek didn't go through the middle of it. It was still within a mile of Caltrain, but vastly closer to Silicon Valley tech expansion. And if you can find a place like that, I can see this making a lot of sense, even potentially if it were a little bigger. Okay. This location, I think, would be an ideal fit for another teacher housing project like 231 Grant, even another Wilton Court, which, by the way, does in fact have more below market units than this project does. If this project stays here, I think it ought to be smaller and deal with all the issues above, if that's even possible, which I think is going to be a challenge. It is too bad in a way. It seems like we ought to have a mechanism where somebody can put a big 100% market rate project down near Google and LinkedIn where it's needed, and then a 50% below market rate project here, and have the whole thing pencil out together to meet our affordable housing targets. But we don't have such a mechanism at the moment. As for RENA, I think this location's on our site inventory for a few dozen units or something like that. I speculate that the citizen committee may have been thinking about some of the challenges here when they perused that number. Not to say that we ought to reject a project that comes along with a lot more than that. Obviously, we'd like to make progress against the targets. Just, we have a RENA plan that looks like it can work without having to depend on something of this scale and magnitude at this location. And besides, there's always RENA Cycle 7 coming in 2030.
Councilmember Du Bois.
I just want to say I did walk the property and walked neighboring properties. And again, we talk about the residences along the back. There's also residents along the one side. And I do think buildings this tall need to have the setback with residents. I think that transition is important. And I know it's maybe not directly part of the project, but as we've heard a lot, these aren't necessarily sleepy businesses. They're at least two highly successful businesses with the inn and the deli. I'm not sure of how popular SIBO is, but I do hear from a lot of people about the popularity of the deli and the hotel. And again, I think the mayor started off saying we really need to think about some of our policies that if we're going to be losing significant tax revenue with hotels. The owner of the Driftwood said, even with a potential move, that they didn't think they would survive and would likely close down. There's been a lot of discussion about the creek. And again, there are a lot of very large trees there. And again, I think it was the mayor that was talking about our desire to naturalize more of the creek. And so it seems to be a bit of a mismatch in terms of the direction that the city's been going. And again, looking at I know it's very early stage for the project, but really seeing some more open space for the people that would live here, particularly on the ground. And I don't think the creek itself counts as open space. So that's a concern. I think it's been brought up, but I think keeping the curb cuts on El Camino, if that's feasible, would be a way to address a lot of these concerns about Matadero. It is one of the few kind of signalized entrances to a pretty large neighborhood. And it really is a highly used street. So I think those concerns are pretty valid. I also agree with the comments about not waiving fees for a market rate project. These zoning exemptions were meant to pay for the additional 5% of inclusionary housing. I think, again, when we have a project of this scale, 3.6 acres, we really need to see kind of a massing image or model. I mean, 64 feet to the top of the equipment, 61 feet. It's good to understand what the elevation changes look like. Where is it that high? Where is it less high? Again, I think if you stay with this kind of design, there's going to be some privacy concerns about the rooftop terraces. There's things to potentially address. And I do think the city, as part of it, conditions of approval, would need to think about including an RPP as part of the project, rather than waiting for residents to bring one forward. So, it kind of makes me step back a little bit and think about PHC. Again, when PHC was proposed, as the mayor mentioned already, it was to enable projects that needed a little bit more. And what we're getting is an ask for a lot more. And, we've been trying this PHC as a new form of PC zoning. I think the council may want to consider whether that's really been worthwhile and whether we should maybe, remove the PHC zone. This, it's still a highly negotiated process, and I'm not sure that we're better off with it than would be without it. Again, I feel like this project is just asking for too much all at once. We got an email from a self-identified DMB telling us that this project was asking for too much. Packet page 19 says the housing element had 19 units allocated in this location. This is 382 units. I think it's really just out of scale. And if you dialed it back, you might get something that's feasible. And I think even though we are interested in housing and we've been supportive of other PHC projects, the council does have a responsibility to ensure that something's reasonable. And I think as Councilmember Filsis said, maybe this project would fly in a more commercial district, but this location, this site seems to have a lot of challenges. So while I remain concerned about losing these two successful, profitable businesses, the type of project that I could see being successful on this site would be something that would be, 50 feet or below, potentially with curb cuts only on El Camino, with the massing really pushed towards El Camino and towards CPI, away from the residential neighborhoods. And really looking at those setbacks from the R1 zones. And then really a plan that shows more distance from the creek and preserving a lot of the very mature trees. I think even, with planting a lot of trees, there's some, really large trees on this site. So again, not saying no to any project on this site, but I think the project we have is just, way too large a scale for the challenges here.
Councilmember Stone.
I think, Mr. Mayor, say so. Kind of following on this, several have mentioned now, zoning code and the PHZ. I think one of my thoughts on kind of zoning the code is it provides residents and neighbors a sense of stability and continuity, and allowing them to have a sense of an understanding of the level of intensity of development that would likely occur near them. As the mayor and Councilmember Du Bois has already pointed out, the PHZ tool is great at allowing council some flexibility to work within the margins, negotiate for more public benefits from a project, but I don't believe it was ever intended to be a process where we're allowing these massive departures from the zoning code. I mean, our requirement that buildings be limited to 35 feet in height within 150 feet of an R1 zone. This project would have buildings as tall as 64 feet high within 45 and 60 feet of R1 zones. That's a concern. And I think a lot of residents are really frustrated with the double standard that frequently exists here in Palo Alto. I think Ms. Stafford, who spoke earlier, I think she put it well when she was talking about her simple request for a 3-foot encroachment on her residential setback, that being denied by the city. And yet here we are with large developers being able to kind of flaunt our zoning code through this process. And so there's a level of fairness here that I think many residents are understandably upset about. I'm also really concerned as well about safe routes to school. This is a route frequently used by gun, as well as people getting to VA, Stanford Research Park. A few weeks ago, I was at Gunn High School talking to a couple of classes for their government classes, and this project actually came up, and I had forgotten at the time that Matadero Avenue was a safe route to school, and several of those students brought up that point, and were being very concerned that they and friends they know utilize that route. And so that is something that really needs to be figured out if this project is to move forward. I'm concerned about the size of the units. I mean, I know some continue to believe that smaller units are going to be inherently affordable. We just continue to see that's not true. Maybe more affordable than a 3-bedroom unit, but these 1-bedroom and micro units are still not going to be affordable by any stretch of the definition. And this council has frequently talked about the need and importance of expanding housing for more families. And we're not going to get that here. I've already talked about kind of the staples of Creekside Inn, Driftwood Deli. And so not only do these businesses provide up to $1.3 million a year in tax revenues, but they're providing a lot of valuable local services. A lot of residents wrote into us talking about their concerns of creating a food desert within Barron Park. I used to live in Barron Park. There's an absolutely kind of unique character there, and definitely Driftwood Deli, an important one. And I think this kind of comes to this whole issue of, again, kind of what are these public benefits that we're getting for this project, and the developer's request to waive these impact fees. Yeah, I agree with the mayor on waiving the impact fees. We're not going to meet our RENA requirements of over 3,000 affordable housing units based on our inclusionary zoning alone, whether that's 15%, which is our norm, or 20%, which the PHZ is intended to produce. I'm glad Councilmember Filseth made the argument that really this is a 15% inclusionary project. The only way we're reaching those numbers is through government subsidies. And that's going to require either funding from the city, which is raised through these impact fees, or through other partnerships with nonprofit housing providers, or grants from the state, which, as we learned at our Policy and Services Committee last week, that's just really kind of pennies that local governments are getting to be able to actually create those. So if we're ever going to meet that number, we're not doing it through inclusionary zoning alone. We absolutely need the impacts, and I think this is a good site for housing. I agree with some colleagues as far as the size goes. But so, when we're looking at these trade-offs, if the applicant is requesting such large kind of variances from our current zoning code, I think it's only fair that they pay those impact fees so we can actually create that affordable housing. And finally, I thought one of the speakers made, Ms. Gupta's point regarding kind of overwhelming neighbor opposition. I mean, we are representatives of the community, and I think would be kind of foolish on our part to maybe think we know better than the community, and when we see so much opposition from a neighborhood, that should all kind of give us pause to figure out what are those concerns, and several of those concerns have been articulately raised tonight. So again, I'm not against housing here. I think this is a good site for housing, but there's a lot that needs to be worked upon, and so those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Just briefly, most of them have been discussed before, but I'll just touch on them. The Driftwood Deli, of course, everybody loves. So during the transition, I think something has to be done with that should this project move forward in this state. And I agree with the comments about trying to keep ingress and egress on El Camino. I think that would solve some of the super legitimate concerns people have about Matadero. I think a proactive RPP, to the extent we could do it, also makes sense. And it sounds like there's some room to structure that in a way that would be appropriate and lawful. And then finally, the hotel business is changing in Palo Alto. We have fewer visitors than we used to, and that's probably a permanent state. At least it's semi-permanent. So I think it is reasonable to expect that people will want to think in certain places about how to use their space differently. I think the council, with the help of staff, should think through how do we evaluate these proposals in light of potentially foregone revenue. If that's the only number we have, we'll over-index on that. If we don't also have an estimate of how much the property taxes would increase, and then of course, if we were to add hundreds of people who are living at this area, then how would that change sales tax? So I agree that's worth thinking about, but if we do it, I think we should do it holistically. So thanks for that.
Vice Mayor Coote.
I would want to caution, in terms of speaking about hotels and the need for them, because I do get I do talk to other hoteliers and they say that the hotel business is actually returning. So we want to be careful about that and perhaps get some data to show whether it is indeed not returning as well as it was before the pandemic. I do also want to say that I do align with Councilmember Du Bois when he gave, this location and what he foresees building over there if it's not the hotel. If the hotel is not to remain. I also want to state that, when we're talking about mixed use, we really have to look at reclaiming localism and realizing what the residents need in these locations. There was 8,735 square feet of retail or retail-like facilities at this current location, and it's being reduced to 4,000 square feet. So obviously, that's a big difference. A number of council members have mentioned Safe Route to School. Again, this is a humongous project to be located at a Safe Route to School's street. And we want Safe Routes to School to be successful. So let's keep this straight, safe, and stop putting these outrageous developments on these locations. Lastly, I just want to say thank you to Mr. Sauls for going to the neighborhood and presenting this presentation to them. Thank you so much.
So I'll just have a few other comments. One is on this, the menu that we have established for range of affordable housing categories within PHCs. And, the pilot that we had for the workforce component was the Alta Locale project. And I don't know I think they've dropped their asking price, but when they opened it for solicitation, the studios were about $3,500 and the so-called subsidized workforce housing was something like $3,450, $50 less. They've subsequently dropped their market rate ask price. So I wonder if it's actually below the workforce housing price. In any event, it's basically a nil subsidy. And I think it was a worthwhile experiment, but I think we need to re-examine that formula and not include the workforce. The moderate income is only a modest subsidy, and I think moderate, low, and very low are the appropriate mix that we should be looking at in the PHC, and I think we want to have an opportunity to revisit that. I'd also like to just raise the issue on the affordable housing. When we do have these inclusionary components of affordable housing, when we have calculated rental prices for different AMIs, historically it was based upon those people having parking. But if they then have to add parking, doesn't that drive up the price of their residency if they have to have the parking? I'm seeing Director Late concurring with that. Is that right? So that's another thing we need to look at, is the impact of decoupling parking basically undermines the subsidy for the different affordable housing types. And I don't think we recognize that. And it doesn't mean we should never allow decoupling, but we shouldn't allow that to kind of circumvent the intention of the affordable housing. I would be interested also, whether the applicant is interested or not is another question, but allowing additive housing to the hotel site. So we have an existing hotel. We have two different ages of the buildings, and I don't know what would be there. But I'd be a lot more receptive to adding housing and retaining hotel on this site than tearing down the hotel. And Garrett, could you put up staff slide number 7 if you have that accessible?
Give me 1 second. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
Yeah, great. Thanks. And I just want to say that kind of lastly, when we look at the mass and scale of this site, Matadero Road in this area is only 17 feet wide. It becomes meandering Creekside Road. And this is the view along Matadero, not El Camino, the view along Matadero. And that is just a wall of construction. No articulation. I understand that those things would be looked at during the architectural review process. But, when you're looking at 2.5 FAR on a project site that, as others have pointed out, has a good portion of the area that is basically not developable because of the creek, you can't fit in a density of that floor area ratio on that site without having something similar to this. And I don't think that that's what we should be looking at in Creekside Corridor and Barron Park, which has a more rural setting, especially along Matadero Road, than most areas of Palo Alto. And that very valuable naturalized riparian corridor is something that we want to assure is protected, consistent with our comp plan. So I think that wraps up our comments. I do want to say I want to appreciate what was a very clear and complete staff report. And I think it was very helpful for the public and the council to have had this laid out in such a way. So I hope this has been constructive feedback, and thanks everyone. At this time, we can take a break until 7:55, if that sounds good. Okay, thank you all. And our next item is agenda changes, additions, and deletions, of which we have none. And our following item is public comment on items that are not otherwise on the agenda and are within the purview of the city council. Do we have any speakers for public comment? We do. Okay, our first speaker is Sherry Gu, to be followed by Bob Moss. Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Sherry. I live in Midtown Ramona Street for over 10 years. Today, I want to bring attention to my next door house, 3185 Ramona renting situation and the impacts to neighborhood. 1 year ago, I noticed the people living in that house keep changing, and many nights after 10 p.m., they talk loud in the backyard patio. With my window closed and curtain down, I still can hear their conversation, which disturbs my sleep. So I contacted the owner, the house owner, and the primary renter, but neither of them responds to my repeated messages. By the way, neither of them lives in that house. The next option I could do was to speak directly to the residents who were talking that night to request them talk inside. It worked that night, but the next night, the same thing could happen again, just with different residents. In short, backyard night noise is an ongoing problem. Last month, when I read Palo Alto Weekly newspaper, I realized that single-family house is renting 14 sleeping pods, which means 14 people can live in that 3-bedroom, 1390 square feet at the same time. This explains why people are talking outside at night. That is because inside is too crowded, and some residents inside want to sleep after 10 p.m. There are street parking issues. So I request city to have rule of maximum number of people can live in a house. I also learned that the house has been found violation of multiple city codes, including safety issues. I realized the primary renter I have contact, James, he rents house for business. His business name is Brownstone Shared Housing. Jim is now responsible to the neighborhood. In the past year, the yard was only cleaned once, and only once was because he video recorded the house to promote his poor housing business. As a result of the yard not regular clean, falling leaf just falling to the neighborhood. So my second request is to consider ban Brownstone from renting single-family house in Palo Alto, because such business negatively impact neighborhood. In summary, my request to consider my second request is to consider Brownstone from renting single house in Palo Alto. So in summary, I request city to make a rule of maximum number of people can live in the house. And I also request city to consider ban Brownstone shared housing from renting single family house in Palo Alto. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. And Ms. Gu, you may actually want to stick around for the next item, which may relate to your concerns.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Bob Moss, to be followed by Jerry Santarpia. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. When we were talking about the project on El Camino earlier, and they were talking about setting aside some open space, I got to thinking a number of projects have come in the last few years where they've had open space on the site, and in a couple of cases, some of the open space was supposed to be publicly accessible, like a public park, but in practice, it really wasn't. And I got to thinking we're going to be adding thousands of housing units and thousands of new occupants of the city. But aside from the expansion of the park in Ventura, which is underway, we haven't had any parks added for decades. And we're going to be underparked before long, considering the increase in housing and occupants. So what I was thinking is that when the project comes in, you might consider having a portion of the site, if it's a large enough site, actually set aside as a dedicated public park, not as an open space for that project, which is supposed to be open to the public, but in practice probably won't be. And if you have 2 or 3 projects come in within a couple of months, you might consider having one of the sites, which is larger, setting aside a portion of that property for a public park, and part of the cost being paid for by the other projects that come in, instead of pretending that they're going to have open space, which is public, on their site, when in practice they don't. So I think that it's something the staff should be looking at. How do we expand our park space? And how do we get the developers to not just put money into a pot? We have money that goes in right now into a spending for parks, but in practice, that's used to update and maintain the existing parks, not to build new ones. So we ought to be thinking about how can we increase the total acreage of parks in Palo Alto? How can we do it effectively? And how can we make the people who are building all of the new construction and bringing all the new people in pay their costs in order to expand the public park space? But I do think we need to expand our total park area, public park area. We need it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jerry Santarpia, to be followed by our final speaker, Aram James. Welcome.
City Council to speak today. My name, did we say yet?
You broke up there.
Hello?
You're back. Mr. Santarpia, we've lost your connection. You're coming in and out. What we'll do is we'll put you on hold and give it another chance after Aram James speaks. So next speaker is Aram James.
Hey, Mayor Burt, how you doing? So I wanted to start with thanking Greg Tanaka for providing a platform for so many different topics. Recently I was able to speak at one of his meetings on weaponized police canines, on tasers, on open hiring processes, even the R word, reparations. And these talks that we've had, they've been often, at least portions of them, put up on YouTube for people to observe. So many other community topics. I know my son Lewis follows them regularly, and so I'm really struck by what he does. He's a real advocate of free speech. I don't think there's any topic that he won't take on and put up for the public. He works tirelessly on these Sunday meetings. And I know he's going to be moving into year 7 on the council next year. And I want to start early and say that I think he should be our next vice mayor. I think that would be great to have Greg as vice mayor, and Lydia Koo, of course, will be hopefully the mayor. I think it'll be a great team. Greg is different. He's a strong dissenter on lots of views, but I think that's valuable. He's a very valuable person to have on our city council to mix it up in terms of the politics of the council. Okay, so next week you're going to be looking at the license plate readers issue, and I see from the reporting in the Daily Post that we're talking about up to initially purchasing those for $150,000, and then up to $200,000, and then up to $150,000 per year after that. And I sure hope that this is an opportune time for us to talk about maybe shelving tasers because they're useless essentially, and talking about reducing the canine unit only for search and rescue and drug search, and reducing that budget substantially. We just can't keep adding year after year after law enforcement budget. Also, I saw in the post that it said, they've reached out to have a meeting, that is the police department, with the ACLU. Why not invite the ACLU to the study session so that you all can ask questions, both of the chief, Chief Andrew Binder, as well as the ACLU about a very, very critical issue. So we, the public, can be tuned in to what the reasoning and thoughts are on this really important issue, whether privacy issue and retention of the license plate reading video feeds for how long, et cetera, et cetera. So that's it for tonight, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
And is Mr. Santopia available? You're back. We'll see if it works. I'm sorry, you're really breaking up. We get about every third word at best. Sorry,
Well,
your connection is
we had an
not
attempt.
working.
Thank you. I'm with my glasses now.
Okay, that sounds clearer. Give it a shot. No, sorry. We can't hear you. All right, we're going to have to move on, I'm afraid. Okay, so that concludes our public comments, and our next item is the consent calendar. And so do we have any speakers on the consent calendar? We have none. No. So do we have a motion to approve?
Second.
That's motion by Councilmember Du Bois, seconded by Vice Mayor Koo. And I see no other lights, so we can vote on consent.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Councilmember Philsett,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormac,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Koo,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
and Mayor Burt.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So now that moves us on to city manager comments. Mr. Shikata.
City Clerk, assist with the slides. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead to the next slide. All right, with our weekly update on COVID-19 related information, two items, and actually one that's not on the slide here, noting that CDC has expanded the availability of the bivalent vaccines to youth between 5 and 11-year-olds, as well as FDA authorizing additional vaccine availability also for juveniles. Would note here, as shown on this slide, that CDC has been periodically coming out with new tools, and the most recent one is what's called the booster tool to help you perhaps with decision-making on whether and when to get various boosters. So we have a shortcut here provided at bit.ly/CDC booster tool. Note that that is case sensitive. Then just the final item to note this evening is that I understand that our governor today announced plans to discontinue the state of emergency for the state of California at the end of February 2023. That will provide sufficient time to get through the holiday season, should there be any health-related issues during that time period, as well as opportunity perhaps for the legislature to ensure all bases are covered to return to a state of whatever the new normalcy will be. Next slide, please. Okay, I'd like to just acknowledge and thank community members as well as various partners and staff that were involved with this past Saturday's Making Better Choices in Your Home workshop related to electrification opportunities and programs that the City Council has discussed over recent weeks, as well as very practical application in individual homeowners' homes and renters as well. We do have a couple of links shown here to continue to get information if you missed the workshop at cityofpaloalto.org/goelectric, as well as additional program specifically around our heat pump water heater pilot program, cityofpaloalto.org/upgrade your water heater. And this is enabling pre-signups in advance of the actual program launch in weeks to come. Next slide, please. Then moving forward to upcoming events, would note that the UNAF Festival, United Nations Association Film Festival, little typo there, is scheduled to begin on the 20th of this month. Really a gem among Palo Alto traditions, and in fact, the 25th year of the UNAF Film Festival. So I know we're looking forward to kicking that program off, and the mayor, I believe, is participating in that on the 20th at 5:30 p.m. at Mitchell Park Community Center. Next slide, please. Then looking forward over the next week and actually next few days and week, that on Thursday, this Thursday, the 20th, is the Great Shakeout. And not to be outdone, the City Council will participate in our own Shakeout next Monday, the 24th, at the beginning of the council meeting. So unlike a normal earthquake, we will have warning, and so we will practice what we will do in the case of emergency, but nonetheless important opportunity for us to draw attention to preparation as an important part of living in earthquake country. Next slide, please. Then looking forward another couple of weeks, on Monday, November 7th, the City Council will have your annual Veterans Week event in conjunction with your City Council meeting that week, the week of November 11th. But in this case, again, as has traditionally been the case, on Monday, November 3rd, this time at 3 p.m. At the MacArthur Park site at 27 University, in conjunction with Stanford University, as well as the Palo Alto American Legion Post, to put together a very nicely planned event that will honor the service of our service members. Next slide, please. Uh-oh, might have hit a link there. On actually, as we go back up, and yes, next slide, please. Thanks. I was just going to note that just a final slide identifying some of the upcoming council items. First, next week, we do plan to have an update on the NV-CAP preferred alternative, get council direction on that issue, as well as next steps related to the city's permanent parklet standards and policies. There will be no meeting on Halloween, October 31st, which is the following Monday. Then the week after that, on November 7th, we'll have a study session with our economic development consultant and our staff coordinator. Then followed the following week with the city council's regular discussion with the independent police auditor, as well as a study session, or actually no, discussion and potential direction on gas leaf blowers and enforcement options. Then a little further forward, we've got noted here the 28th of November, noting that we are planning to not have a meeting on November 21st, which is Thanksgiving week. So then the following week on the 28th, the next step on the city's housing element. And then just note, again, first week in December, the next steps related to the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan with a detailed review of the upcoming 3-year work plan. And that concludes my comments. Mr. Mayor, back to you.
Thank you. And I slightly misspoke, Ms. Gu. It's the item after this very short one that would be your interest. Item 7. Okay, so we now move on to item number 6, which is a TEFRA hearing regarding conduit financing for the Kihila, Jewish High School for the partial or full refinancing of their 2014 loan and financing the development, construction, renovation, and improvement and equipping of the corporation's campus at 3900 Fabian Way, and approving the issuance of a tax-exempt loan by the California Municipal Finance Authority for this purpose and other matters relating thereto. So staff will briefly explain the purpose of a TEFRA hearing, and then the applicant will explain the project and the financing to be approved, and then we'll go on. Welcome.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Burt. Kylie Nozay, Administrative Services Director. And on the line, we have Tara Narayan, our Treasury Investments and Debt Manager, as well as Teresa Billette, the Controller for the Jewish High School. So as you noted, Mayor, we're here to have a public TEFRA hearing. First things to note that the loans that are being discussed as part of this item are to be issued by the California Municipal Finance Authority, or CMFA, for the project, and they are going to be the sole responsibility of the borrower in this case, which is not the city. So the city will have no financial, legal liability or obligation or responsibility for the project, the repayment of the loans, or for the financing. So in order for a loan to qualify as a tax-exempt loan, a public hearing under the requirements of the Tax Equity and Fiscal Responsibilities Act of 1983, which is the full term for TEFRA, and the IRS Code of 1986 must be conducted. So this item is serving as the public hearing, or TEFRA hearing. This provides members of the community an opportunity to speak in favor of or against use of tax-exempt loan proceeds for the financing of the project. Reasonable notice was provided to the community in advance of this item. Following the close of the TEFRA hearing, per the rules, an applicable elected representative of the governmental unit hosting the proposed project must provide its approval of the issuance of the loans. So council is being asked to conduct a TEFRA hearing and adopt a resolution, which is attachment A to the staff report, that approves the issuance of the loans by the CMFA for the benefit of the borrower, which in this instance is Kihila High School. So the project in question, just for expedition, and obviously we do, as I noted, have representatives on the call to answer any additional questions the council may have about the project. But Kihila Jewish High School is a California nonprofit public benefit corporation, and they are asking for the issuance of one or more series of qualified 501c3 tax-exempt loans. They're asking for an aggregate principal not to exceed $10.5 million. The loans are intended to partially or fully refinance a 2014 loan and finance of the project that's described in the staff report, and for the acquisition, construction, improvement, equipping, and maintenance of certain educational, support, and administrative facilities owned and operated within the city by the school. with that, that concludes our presentation, and we're turn it back to the mayor.
Thank you. And does that cover the project explanation adequately? Okay.
Yep.
All right, we'll now open the public hearing. Would any member of the public like to speak on this item? It appears we have no speakers. So seeing none, we will now close the public hearing. Are there any council questions or a motion to approve the resolution approving the TEPRA financing? Councilmember Tanaka.
So I've seen this before. And I want to just ask staff, so what are reasons why cities may say no to something like this?
The administrative burden associated with providing the support. It does take staff time to assist the borrower on the coordination for the proper noticing, the proper resolutions, and obviously the council's time to hear the item and offer that public support.
Okay, and how much administrative support does it take?
I couldn't quantify it, but it's at a frequency for us that we can absorb within our existing resources.
Okay, and this is a school, so why doesn't the school board do it? Why do we do it as a city?
I'm sorry? It needs to be a public body, and those bodies also have to establish procedures in order to actually hear those. The city has already done that, and so we are a common vehicle for organizations within the city to host these hearings.
Even for schools?
Yes.
Okay. So besides administrative burden, is there anything else why people reject these kind of approvals?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay. A motion to approve?
No, I'd like to move.
Vice Mayor Coop.
I was just going to say, I'd like to move this for approval.
I will second it. I see no other lights, so would the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Filsack,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Cormack,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. So that concludes this item, and we will now move on to item 7, which is a public hearing on the adoption of 10 ordinances that repeal and adopt various sections of the Palo Alto Municipal Code related to the 2022 California Building Codes under Code of Regulations Title 24, and to update and code updates and propose local amendments. And so these ordinances pertain to the fire code, the building code, the mechanical code, the residential code, the plumbing code, the electrical code, the internal swimming pool and spa code, and the California Green Building Code. And lastly, the California Energy Code without local amendments, and the California Energy Code with local amendments. That's a mouthful.
It is. Thank you, Mayor. And good evening again, City Council. I'm joined with George Hoyt, the city's chief building official. George will run you through the presentation. The bottom line is there's a lot of ordinances before you. A lot of this is a reflection of state law that we simply need to adopt and have in effect before the first of the year. But there are some local amendments that we've highlighted in the staff report, and George will touch on some of those in the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Late, for the introduction. Good evening, Mayor Burt and Council. It is my pleasure to present our proposed amendments to the 2022 California Building Standards Code, Title 24, this evening. Title 24 of the California Code of Regulation is referred to as the California Building Standards Code, or commonly known as the Building Code. Title 24 consists of 12 separate parts or publications, such as the Building Code, Electrical Code, Green Building Standards Code, or Fire Code, to name a few. These regulations establish new minimum health, life safety, and sustainable construction standards for the repair, alteration, and construction of buildings, structures, and on-site improvements. Currently, the 2019 California Building Standards Code and their amendments will expire on December 31st, and the new version starts on January 1st. The city has a choice to simply accept these state mandates or develop our own amendments tailored to our specific needs. This is a list of the 12 separate parts, publications that are found in Title 24, along with the related Palo Alto Municipal Code sections. This slide gives you an idea of the timeline required for the process. We conducted 4 outreach events pertaining to this item. Many of our proposals are continuing from the previous code cycle, and I would like to highlight some of the key changes starting with this one. Administrative requirements are now in one location instead of having them scattered through various publications. Here we have expanded the kinds of work that does not require permits for certain fences, decorative temporary lighting, and etc. This proposal extends our local permit expiration timeline to 12 months to align with California Health and Safety Code's recent amendments created by Assembly Bill 2913. Section 113 of the California Building Code provides an avenue for appealing a code decision or interpretation of the California Building Standards Code or adopted ordinances, amendments. This 2019 amendment is being removed because it is now standard code language in the 2022 code. Prior code adoptions did not establish a minimum square footage per occupant for residential dwellings. This proposed section will establish requirements to prevent overcrowding of a residence and provide a safe, healthy environment for its occupants. This proposal adopts California Building Code language that previously indicated a 1-foot elevation above the established floodplain. This requirement is not anticipated to have significant impacts to the building daylight plane requirements established in our planning and zoning code. Federal regulations requires agencies to provide technical data or analysis that could alter identification of flood hazard areas to FEMA. This section codifies the process to be implemented after completing projects such as bridge or levees that would take properties out of flood zone areas, resulting in reduction of insurance rates or eliminating the flood insurance requirements. It has been our experience that the danger caused by grease fires is prevalent in all buildings that have grease ducts. This proposal will require that all grease ducts be enclosed in fire-rated enclosures, regardless of the building configuration or type. This section is being proposed to be removed from the current amendments. Doing so will eliminate the need for staff to evaluate and approve third-party evaluation companies that are recognized as qualified testing laboratories. UL, Intertech, CSA Group are a few well-established companies that provide field evaluation services in North America. Building emissions currently account for roughly 1/3 of Palo Alto greenhouse gas emissions. These emissions result from the use of natural gas for space heating, water heating, and cooking. Because Palo Alto already has a carbon neutral electric power supply, building electrification reduces greenhouse gas emissions and also improves the indoor air quality and reduces fire risk. An all-electric building is cheaper to build and operate over the lifetime of the building. The current 2019 code cycle, Palo Alto requires all-electric design for new low-rise residential buildings, with an exception for detached ADUs. New non-residential buildings can be built as mixed fuel buildings, but they must meet increased efficiency requirements and be wired to support future electrification. For 2022 code cycle, staff proposes extending the all-electric mandate to all new buildings with no exceptions. Currently, extensive remodel projects do not need to meet all electric requirements. Staff proposes a new substantial remodel definition that will trigger a full electrification requirement. By electrifying a building as part of the substantial remodel project, the owner will avoid future gas to electric replacement cost. We are proposing a 50-50-50 rule for the substantial remodel definition. Any project that replaces 50% or more of the exterior walls, or raises 50% or more of the exterior wall height, or replaces 50% or more of the existing roof area over a 3-year period will need to comply with all electric requirements. Besides the all-electric requirement for new homes, we are proposing to prohibit extension of gas lines in existing homes to outdoor equipment such as fire pits, barbecues, pools, and spas. Heat pump systems have been shown to be cost-effective compared to gas pool and spa heating systems. Phasing out appliances in single-family homes is a key strategy to meeting the city's greenhouse gas emissions reduction goal. On average, we permit about 40 addition or remodel projects each year with a scope that includes the replacement of a water heater. We propose requiring those projects to install a heat pump water heater to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. This is cost effective from a homeowner's perspective, especially with the new heat pump tax incentive available through the Inflation Rate Reduction Act, excuse me. This diagram illustrates the different levels of EV readiness requirements through full installation. EV capable requires a dedicated 40 amp circuit and panel capacity. EV ready requires both dedicated circuit and an outlet to be installed. EVSE installed requires the dedicated circuit, an outlet, and an installed charger. For the different types of buildings and occupancies, we have moved away from EV capable to EV ready, increasing charging resources on site, and include a low level charging option to reduce impacts to the grid. For pools and spas, our current REACH code requires pool covers only for heated pools with an exemption for pools that are solar heated. We are now proposing to require covers for all new pools and spas with no exemption to help reduce water evaporation and heat loss. Palo Alto currently prohibits single-pass cooling systems in commercial and multifamily buildings. We're proposing that new cooling towers achieve a maximum number of water cycles before they discharge to reduce water use. Palo Alto Municipal Code currently only covers reduction in cement use as a Cal Green elective measure. For the 2022 code cycle, staff recommends the use of concrete in new construction projects to meet specific cement and embodied current Marin County low carbon concrete code. Electrification is gaining momentum. Currently, approximately 50 jurisdictions in California have or are proposing some type of electrification mandate. I will also be covering the fire code amendments this evening. We are proposing an increased fire sprinkler coverage for certain occupancies to reduce the possible spread of fire. This proposal restricts locations of ESS placement to prevent blocking critical egress components and aligns with Santa Clara County's Fire Marshals Association recommendations. Our proposed ordinance will clarify when an operational permit is required for certain types of work, activity, and equipment. Here is our proposed motion this evening. This concludes this evening's presentation, and I now turn time back to Mayor Burt for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. So do we have any technical questions at this time before hearing from members of the public? Councilmember Philseth.
Just got a couple of questions. I don't know if this is technical or not, but the all-electric building code, the REACH version, would that apply to both residential and commercial buildings in construction?
Yes, it would.
Okay. And when would it become effective?
January 1st, 2023.
Of 23, okay. And requiring heat pump water heaters, when would that become effective?
January 1st, 2023.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Tanaka.
I have some technical questions for you. So when my water heater went out, and I tried to upgrade it to actually a heat pump water heater, I had a lot of difficulty. So I fell back to doing a condensing hot water heater. A condensing hot water heater basically sucks all the heat out of the combustion, and it so blows out cold air. When we installed it, we followed the manufacturer's guidelines, which was to screw the vent pipes together, the PVCs together, because water heaters eventually fail, and that way you could unscrew it if it fails, right? And it's actually a lot more tight than airtight than using the traditional double wall, steel venting system. But what was interesting is when the inspector came by to inspect this, they said you have to glue the pipes together, which I was really surprised by, because the manufacturer actually says you should screw them together because the hot water heater actually fails once in a while and you have to replace it. And so I was always curious to know why does the city, and do we still require, and this is about a year or so ago, do we still require that we glue together our vent pipes for hot water heaters? Because it makes no sense. Because it doesn't make sense from the manufacturer, because I called them. But it seemed like the city was very insistent that we have to glue vent pipes together, which means when a hot water heater fails, you have to like basically throw away all the pipes again. And so I never quite understood why does the city require that?
Thank you for your question, Mr. Tanaka. I do recall the situation, and still currently under the proposed code from the state of California and the current code, plumbing code from the state of California, it does, in mechanical code, does require plastic piping to be glued and not screwed. And the purpose is because a screwed pipe can come undone over time and loosen up. And a glued fitting is a permanent fixed adhesive fitting that stays in place. And you wouldn't want exhaust fumes to be able to come in through those leaks.
Yeah, because in my case, it's actually an outside utility shed. And so it wasn't with indoor air use. And also the manufacturer, right, although they're not located in California, they said to actually screw it together, which is why it was kind of puzzling why we had it. So you're saying it's a state mandate. Okay.
I understand.
Okay. The second thing is, because when I tried to do the heat pump water heater, I couldn't do it. And so I tried to do to use the heat from my house, the air conditioning, to heat my hot water heater, or preheat the hot water. And they actually sell a device at Home Depot where you could put in the condenser coil, you put in the exhaust freon or coolant, and it will go to your water heater and actually heat up the water heater for you, or preheat the water. But at the time I tried doing that, the city, and this was a couple of years ago now, but the city says, no, you just can't do it, not allowed to, right? And so it just seemed like such a good idea, because otherwise you're just taking the heat from your house and you're just venting it to the outside. But here you could actually use it to heat the water. And I guess where are you at on that right now?
I believe the industry makes equipment that can accommodate that need. I think that the particular time we didn't have that option is something for an existing situation. I don't know the particulars to speak to them tonight, but I do know that the industry is moving towards heat pump type technology for mechanical equipment and on AC compressors. So I think we'll see where it lands here in the coming months and years.
So can you actually do it now? Can you actually use the heat of your AC to heat your water, or is that not allowed still?
I can't really speak to it at this point in time without doing some research, and I'm not prepared to answer that direct question.
Okay, well, I think we should, because to me it makes a lot of sense. And then let's see. I have a lot of office hours, and one of my probably most frequent topic on office hours are building permit problems. And a lot of them have to do with solar panel getting approved, and like how long and hard it is, and the battery walls. Those are like the two big things. And so where are we at on those in terms of trying to streamline inspections and permit approvals for those?
Yeah, so I think we're making some big strides on both of those items. I know for the electrification projects, residential solar, ESS, EVSE, we recently launched a very streamlined checklist that is available online on our sustainability website, I believe. And I also know that we are piloting Solar App Plus to permit roof-mounted standalone PV systems up to 38.4 kilowatts. And I do know that we have had a few of those applications, and we're working through those applications as they come. This is an ongoing initiative to be able to try to streamline all electrification projects and any minor permitting projects as we can for development services, and we're working towards doing those.
And so what are we at right now in terms of how long, if someone puts a permit to get solar panels, how long does it take now?
If they use Solar App Plus, it can be issued in 10 minutes after they log online. If it is a traditional review process, depending on the size, and if it's a standalone system, we're hoping it can be within 2 to 5 days.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt, and thanks to staff, including our attorney's office. There's a lot of detail in here, I'm sure. My first question is on packet page 245. It refers to dwelling unit and congregate housing occupancy. The mayor alluded to a public comment. Does staff have like an example of what these numbers, which are, quite detailed, look like? And could you discuss, the purpose for this? It's one thing if we're just talking about, a house, but congregate housing occupancy, I just want to be sure I understand the scope of what's being recommended and and what these numbers look like.
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Cormac. I will kind of elaborate on that proposed definition. That proposed section will determine a superficial floor area for a dwelling unit. So every dwelling unit and congregate residence shall have at least one room which shall have not less than 120 square feet of superficial floor area. Every room which is used for both cooking and living, and both living and sleeping purposes, shall have not less than 144 square feet of superficial area. Every room used for sleeping purposes shall have not less than 70. When more than two persons occupy a room used for sleeping purposes, the required superficial area shall be increased at a ratio of 50 square feet for each occupant in excess of two. Guest rooms with cooking shall contain a combined required superficial area of sleeping rooms and a kitchen, but not less than 144 square feet. One habitable room shall be not less than 70 square feet. Notwithstanding this provision of this section, children under the age of 6 should not be counted for the purposes of determining whether a family or minor child complies with the provisions of this code.
Okay. Yes,
I'm sorry.
thank you.
So, Councilmember Cormac. So, and maybe I'll ask George to think about in application of that code provision, what this does, and you asked for sort of the impetus for why this provision came into play. And you may recall there was a article or a series of articles dealing with housing in Palo Alto, the pod housing, I think is how it's been casually referred to. And that particular project, and I think, Council, you're aware that we've reviewed that, and there was a citation for a few items that needed to be addressed, but that got us looking at our local regulations to see if there was any occupancy restrictions that were potentially in violation. And at the end of the day, we found out that we didn't have those standards in place that would have restricted occupancy in a single family dwelling. And so that has continued as pretty much as you understand it to be from the news articles. But in preparation for this ordinance, we thought it'd be a good idea for us to have some kind of an upper limit so that we can ensure, that there wasn't overcrowding and that there'd be sufficient space for individual occupants of a building. And it turns out that the city and county of San Francisco has a really decent set of provisions, which George just read into the record and is included in the ordinance. And it's not onerous, and it's not, exceedingly liberal either. I believe that if a similar type of application were to come forward or a project were to come forward, you might not get the same occupancy as the pod housing development that you've heard about. It would probably be somewhere less than that. But George, I don't know if you have run any particular numbers on, say, a 1,500 square foot house or a 2,000 square foot house. I think it would depend on sort of the way it was arranged for. Okay.
Probably be somewhere around 6 to 8.
Okay. So council member, I don't know if you heard that. If there's it depends on the floor plan, orientation, number of bedrooms, and so on and so forth. But a house like the pod house might be reduced to an occupancy of about 8 or so, just rough numbers, and not to be specific about it, but just to give you a sense of order of magnitude.
Okay, well, that's really helpful, Director Late. And the thing that I want to avoid is any unintended consequences. What happens when, a family has another family that ends up moving in with them for whatever reason for some period of time. So I'm relying on you by saying that this is not an onerous description and that we're not going to be, enforcing something when, somebody others, your sister's family has to move in with you for a short period of time.
Sure. Yeah, understood. And that's why we think that the San Francisco model works. But we will, because it is a new policy, we will continue to, monitor our implementation. And if there are issues, we can certainly come back and highlight that for the council. It's not our intent to capture those types of scenarios that you were just describing.
Okay. The other question though, around congregate housing occupancy, like how does this affect or not affect senior living residences, for example?
Yeah. So again, if these standard, a senior housing project or a congregate housing project would likely be able to meet these standards without, as they are typically and traditionally presented.
Okay.
So we would not anticipate there to be any issue with that.
Okay, this is really reassuring. And I'll just say I would have preferred to have it in the staff report than take everyone's time because I've had to sort of tease out what was going on here. Sorry, I do have a second question, which is page 367. And if you want to put up slide 11, that might be helpful. I don't think the general public probably understands freeboard and how it relates to floodplains. And it sounds like we are changing the rules here. And I get that it might not affect daylight planes, but could you just in plain language explain what this means? Because it sounds like it's sort of changing the design of the bottom foot of any new building.
I sure will. And if my answer doesn't satisfy you, then I will call upon one of my colleagues in Public Works to explain it better. But this particular section just documents what is currently in the California Building Code, which requires 1 additional foot of elevation to be determined for the floor elevation to take a structure or build a structure in a floodplain. So where previous understanding of the regulation was at flood level, to establish base flood level, the floor could be built out. This documents the fact that it would be 1 foot above that. And staff has been practicing that requirement over the last couple of years.
Okay, so this isn't a big change. It's just that we hadn't really described it this way.
Yes, that is correct. There was
Okay.
just a minor conflict between Palo Alto Municipal Code 1652 and the California Building Code, and this ties the two of them together.
Thanks. That's very helpful. I appreciate it.
Councilmember Du Bois.
Well, Councilmember McCormick, I had that exact same question. So maybe to follow up on it, and on that page 367, it says either 1 foot or design flood elevation. What's design flood elevation?
I think this one I'm going to ask my colleague, Michelle Jeremias, to come up and answer that question.
Hi, good evening, Mayor, Council. Michelle Jeremias, Public Works Engineering. The design flood elevation in cases where we do not have a base flood elevation. Typically, a design elevation is set based on the highest outside adjacent grade. So if there is no elevation set by FEMA, we will use a highest adjacent grade.
If it's in a floodplain.
It's in a floodplain, correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. On packet page 247, the staff report said that for commercial buildings, electrification would be required. But then it had a sentence there about specific requirements such as space type and cooling capacity. Can you say what that means in kind of plain language? Would all commercial buildings have to electrify, or are there certain exceptions?
And while George is pulling that up, I've got the page number 247, I believe you said, right?
Yeah, 247.
And which paragraph?
I guess at the end of the second paragraph, Says for new non-residential buildings, heat pump, space conditioning are prescriptive requirements. But then it qualifies it to meet specific requirements such as space type and cooling capacity. And I just wasn't sure what that really meant.
The intent was that it would, an all-electric requirement would be required for all commercial buildings and all new commercial tenant improvements associated with that new building.
Okay. I mean, yeah, the way it reads, it just sounds like maybe there's some kind of exception for certain kinds of buildings.
There currently is not proposed an exception.
Okay. So if there's an industrial building with some industrial process that requires different form of energy, can they use that?
I think we'd have to look at that at a case-by-case situation and possibly an infeasibility, but we did not propose an infeasibility exception for this.
Okay. And then the last question is where you were asking, you said there was a increased requirement for sprinklers in the fire code. Is there a situation when an existing building would need to be required to put in additional sprinklers?
Where they would not be required to put
Where
in,
they would be required.
or where they would be required to put in existing sprinklers. Well, that is a fire department question, but I'll take a stab at answering that question. I do know that we have required historically increase of sprinkler coverage for certain situations to provide a very intense situation for fire exposure. And so basically what that is just kind of decreases the area of distance between the fire sprinklers.
Yeah. But mostly this applies to new buildings?
Yes, the intent would be to propose it to new buildings and new tenant improvements associated with that building.
I mean, are there certain things that would trigger compliance if you're?
I think at this point, I'll reach out to my colleague, Scott Woodfin, interim fire marshal. Scott, are you with us virtually? Scott, are you there?
Oh, I see the chief.
Good evening, council. I'm trying to get a hold of Scott Woodfin right now. He was on and he may have gotten disconnected. He is our interim fire marshal and he just let me know he's on. So
And
there he is. Okay. Scott Woodfin, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you, Chief.
You're welcome.
I have to be honest, I'm not sure why my camera isn't working. I do believe I have it on and I have my, anyway. So what is your question is in regards to requiring sprinklers in an existing building?
Yeah, I was curious if there would be anything, any kind of remodel or something that would trigger a requirement to meet the increased sprinkler requirement.
Again, the increased sprinkler requirement is only for certain types of occupancies and in certain locations. So if somebody was changing an occupancy from one classification to another, like they are going from a business to a hazardous materials facility, maybe like a laboratory or a research facility, they might be required to add additional sprinklers. It would depend on the fire load. And then also if they were in the WUI, that would also trigger it.
But for the residential uses, multifamily, et cetera, there wouldn't be a requirement for an existing building to upgrade?
No.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Director Lay, I want to follow up on the exchange you had with Councilmember Cormack. I shared some of her concerns. And I'm just curious, so for the revised ordinance regarding occupancy limits, can you come up with a rough estimate of how much square footage would an individual then have access to? So you said it'd be limited about 8 people per single family home. What does that kind of break down to square footage wise, or is it not being calculated that way? Can you explain that?
So I think I'll ask George to help me out with this, but there are areas that are provided to us by the code that would determine the level of occupancy for these different areas. And it's somewhat speculative, only because we don't have something in front of us that we're reacting to. But I don't know, George, if you can add a little more color to.
Yeah, I think the key principle behind this information is to provide some guidance on the size of a sleeping room and how many occupants you can put in a typical sleeping room. Or let's say the sleeping room's 10 by 12, 120 square feet. So you can have 2 occupants in addition to that, 50 square feet per occupant. So that would be 3 occupants sleeping in that 1 bedroom at 120 square feet. Or 150. Oh, 170. What? I didn't say 120 plus 50. I said 10 by 12, right? Oh,
okay, and this is not my expertise here is math, but 10 by 20, I think, or 10 by 12 is 120, plus for the 3rd occupant, you would need another 50 square feet. So 170 for three individuals in a bedroom. So if your bedroom is, that doesn't dictate the rest of the house, but that just talks about if you have a bedroom, a sleeping area where the sleeping is occurring, you get 2 for 120, and you would have to add 50 for each additional occupant in the sleeping area.
Okay, so it's more determined based on number of rooms?
The area of the rooms and the number of occupants.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, I guess my concern, I wanted to make sure that we're being consistent. I mean, we are seeing some micro units kind of coming online now, but those tend to be 400 square feet.
Yeah, so, and the code, I think, does establish a minimum dwelling unit size and other standards too that are already sort of the base code. But a lot of jurisdictions don't actually have this sort of upper cap, and we didn't either. And so again, that was something that, again, not to just to establish some threshold so that we weren't creating these overcrowding conditions, but in a 400 square foot studio, for instance, actually that'd be, we would look at the cooking facilities and that sort of the sleeping areas so that we don't want an overcrowded situation in a micro unit studio apartment.
Right. Yeah. I wanted to make sure that we were kind of consistent there, not treating one unfairly compared to the other. And I think that seems like a reasonable place to start. I'm glad to hear kind of open to that, maybe reforming in the future. I mean, I'd rather have slight overcrowding in a dwelling than people being forced to live outside. And it seems like we're kind of striking that balance here. Great.
Yes, sir. That is the intent, and we will monitor it too, just to make sure that we're not creating a situation that you're concerned about, and I think the rest of the council shares.
All right. Thank you. What is the city's process for informing homeowners of historic buildings, kind of the information that's provided in the state's historic building code? I've heard concerns from some owners of historic properties that they were unaware that that this kind of separate section of the state code exists. Is it just kind of passively on a city website? Is there an active intent or effort by the city to actually notify them?
Yeah, we currently do not have an active notification process for that. So it is based on what the designer knows who's working on the design of that historical home or the homeowner's own research, but we're happy to answer questions and provide guidance with anybody who asks at the development center.
Yeah. And Councilmember, I may just add, part of it depends on how the application gets to us. If it comes through the individual review process or through the planning process, we do have that historic component, and we will engage homeowners in the potential for if you have a historic resource, you could still add on to it. We would just want it to be done consistent with the Secretary of Interior standards. But the building code does offer these, areas to sort of strike a balance when you can't meet every standard. So we, in the planning office, there will be a connection with building, and that's the primary way that we share that information across the department. But your point's well taken, and I think there's more that we can do, not only on our website, but also in our communication. When we see one of these properties, we can flag that and we can let the property owner know. There's a couple of different touch points where we can engage a homeowner on that, and we can look at expanding how we're doing that.
Yeah, I'd appreciate it. I'm not an expert in how this process would work, but it seems like we're being very passive, and I imagine there's a lot of things falling through the cracks there. So I'd be curious to see how we can get more proactive on that. And then I think you kind of answered my second part to that. So that the idea that owners of historic properties can use alternative means to satisfy some of these requirements, that's untouched in the code.
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. And not sure where I'm on timing. I think my timing continued from the last speaker. I'll do a couple more questions here. So the staff report mentioned portable propane tanks as kind of a simple for portable propane tanks being used as a substitute. So I'd imagine that's still a CO2 emitter and a strong one. It kind of struck me as sort of a throwaway line in the staff report was saying, oh, well, then people can still access this gas even in this, when we're trying to steer people away from that.
Yeah. So I think the intention of that comment in the staff report was that small portable propane tanks was a good alternative for barbecues, potentially a fire pit. Not a large propane tank necessarily. And I believe some of the sustainability committee did do some research on that. Christine, Tam, do you have any additional information to offer to that question?
Good evening. So propane has a global warming potential of 0.072 relative to a global warming potential of 1 for CO2. And by comparison, methane, which is the primarily composition of natural gas, has a global warming potential of over 20. So it's quite a lot higher compared to propane.
Okay, great. So propane is actually a much better alternative. Great. Thank you.
And I'll just note, Councilmember, there's no permit required for it. So there's not a mechanism for us to track or monitor, let alone enforce the use of a portable propane tank too, which was sort of the thought embedded in that throwaway sentence. But there's like more, just wanted to add that too. There's our ability to do anything about it is really quite limited.
Right. Yeah, I can understand that. So we're recommending all new pool and outdoor spas to have vapor retardant covers. But that applies to new pools. I'm wondering, and I think this is going to go kind of the same point, Director Late, as far as enforcement. Will that also apply to like end of life pool covers for existing pools? And will we require those replacements to be vapor retardant?
We really wouldn't have a mechanism to monitor that and require that because we do not issue permits for pool covers.
Yeah. So I'm just wondering, I'm sure, I know a lot of people out there will, if it is kind of the law, would still like to try to be consistent with it, even if there's no way for us to enforce it. So I wonder if it makes sense to include that it should be applying to all new pools and end of life as well, just to at least encourage that continuing use. Seems more consistent. And I'm out of time, so thank you.
Vice Mayor Koo.
I want to follow in the 16.19.090, which is the dwelling unit and congregate residence floor area. So in that living and sleeping purposes room of not less than 144 square feet. You said there could be 2, and then if you add another 50, it could be 3, or another 70 square feet and it can be 3. And 3 adults in one room?
Thank you for your question, Councilmember Ku. I believe how this code is written is the fact that if you have a sleeping room itself, the minimum square footage for 2 occupancy would be 70 people. So you could add an additional person for every 50 additional square feet that you had in that room. So for the example we used earlier, 10 by 12 room, 120 square feet. I think the 144 minimum square foot has to do with living and sleeping. So let's say it's the living room and it's a little bit bigger. So it's being used as a living room and a sleeping room. That might be a little bit larger room for a base requirement.
Okay, so there's a difference. So I got, okay, thank you for the explanation. I kind of got it wrong. There's the 144 for living and sleeping and then 120 for bedroom. So in the case of the earlier speaker commenter that was here with the 3-bedroom, if the bedroom each were 120, 10 by 20, that would be each bedroom 2. So they're a total of 6 because it's as sleeping area as well. So another 2, that would be 8. Okay. Yeah, all right. Thank you for letting me work the math through. And then how does it work with our, no, okay, never mind. I guess our code in 9.74.030 is for prohibited activities. Okay, I get it. Going to packet page 270. In the middle of the page, it's 320.3.13, safety certification. Why is that a may instead of a shall? The equipment, process, training, procedures, and occupancy associated with industrial additive manufacturing may be required by the fire code official. Shouldn't it just say shall?
I will reach back out to my colleague, Scott Woodfin, with the interim fire marshal to answer that question.
Hi, thank you very, hi, thanks very much for the question. We were following the Santa Clara County Fire Marshal's recommendations based on what all the neighborhood jurisdictions are following.
I see. I would think that, a shall would be much more forceful so that you have to get that safety certification. But okay. Thank you, Scott. Packet page 322, 16.04.450 investigations. The geotechnical investigations, it could be waived if there's satisfactory data. How do you determine satisfactory data, with our groundwater, all these channels, or even the plumes? How can you tell that it's satisfactory or sufficient?
Councilmember Ku, could you repeat that page number in the staff
Oh, I'm
report for me
sorry.
once again? Sorry.
It's packet page. It's in the supplemental report and it's page 23 and it says packet page 322. It's separate, yeah, supplemental. Exhibit 7B.
Scott, I believe that has to do with hazardous materials. Are you familiar with that particular section?
What was the code section?
The code section is 16.04.450, section 1803.2, investigations required.
So I will have to do some research and I could get back to you. Is that okay with you?
That's fine.
Okay,
I
it's just I
wanted-
don't know it off the top of my head.
Yeah, just want to make sure that, the geotechnical, especially if it has involvement with groundwater or toxic plume.
Usually, when it comes to the groundwater, we work with the State Water Board and we'll follow a lot of their recommendations and the geologists that they work with. So, but like I said, I could do more research and get back to you with a better answer if you'd prefer.
Sure, thank you, Scott.
Yes, ma'am.
Lastly, is my time up?
Councilmember Ku, actually, we did find the particular section you were referring to, and it has to do with the investigation report for geotechnical aspects from a structural design aspect. So what we would be looking at is the site particular situations and all the data that's provided in the report. And our engineers doing the review would determine if it's acceptable or not for that exception.
Okay, because
And there would be other data, required.
okay, I just want to make sure, we don't have a situation the same as the former Lady Foot Locker, where later on they discovered that there is toxins underground. So when you're talking about.
You're speaking of the project site at 3225 ECR,
Yeah.
El Camino Real. Yeah.
Right, okay.
Yeah, two different situations that was related to a plume. But I believe I'll leave it at that. I know that it was looked at review.
Okay, thank you. Lastly, on the substantial improvement for reconstruction, rehabilitation, to determine for electrification, I just want to make sure, what are the state requirements? Are we exceeding state requirements?
Our proposal is exceeding state requirements, yes.
So what are state requirements?
Give me 1 second. I think I have some of this information in the slide presentation. Otherwise, I may call on Christine Tam to answer that question. Christine, are you available to answer that question?
Thank you, Christine.
I believe currently the state doesn't have a substantial remodel definition. There are some local cities that have adopted a substantial remodel definition similar to what Palo Alto is currently proposing. And I believe Burlingame is one, Mountain View is another one. So some of these cities are using a minimum square footage of the building as the qualifier for the substantial remodel definition. But staff is proposing a combination of the square footage and the wall height and the roof area.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so we'll now go to the public for their comments. I'll just say on these room occupancy calculations, it reminded me of my college dorm room, seemed about the same size and occupancy. So, all right. Is that it? Okay, so we have 8 speakers and each speaker has up to 3 minutes to speak. It is late, so anything you can do to streamline comments will be appreciated. But our first speaker is from Actera, but it doesn't have the individual's name there.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, I couldn't change my name. But I'm a Bay Area resident. Name is Jared Johnson. I'm Octera's Senior Manager of Policy and External Relations. And on behalf of our organization, I very much support the work you're doing today, taking up these REACH codes for new and existing buildings. However, I do urge the council to consider more emission reduction actions that could be taken for existing buildings during this REACH code cycle. We strongly support an additional requirement that's not currently in the staff proposal to propose two-way heat pump systems in these 2 residential building cases. Additional alterations of existing buildings when gas ducted heating system is replaced and when a new central AC system is installed, replacements or new installations. Ducted heat pump HVAC systems are capable of both cooling and heating and cost roughly the same as a traditional AC system. And as mentioned before, there's going to be more money made available to electrify folks' homes. At least $14K will be available to low and moderate income families with the passage of the Inflation Reduction Act, and doesn't include the millions of dollars being allocated to fund state and utility managed rebates. So there's a great opportunity for this ordinance to be paired with this roadmap of funding and financing for electrification decarbonization projects. Additionally, we all know that forcing folks to live in gas-powered units expose them to higher levels of indoor air pollution, and research shows that children with asthma are particularly affected by indoor air pollution from gas stoves. Children living in areas with high levels of outdoor air pollution and lower income are often African-American and Hispanic children with asthma and are more disproportionately burdened by air pollution from gas stoves. So I urge this council to propose the strong REACH code for new construction and existing buildings this fall, along with the above minor revisions to be incorporated in the codes as well. Thank you again for letting me speak.
Thank you. Excuse me. Our next speaker is Cedric Pito de la Bourgedière, to be followed by Stephen Rosenblum. Welcome.
Hello. Yes, thank you. I think that the 50-50 rule is not a sufficient threshold for determining a substantial remodel and triggering requirements to electrify. It seems like the addition of a financial threshold would better ensure that homes are getting electrified. For instance, we remodeled our home, which was a significant cost to us, but it barely touched the walls. It would not have triggered a need to electrify. Similarly, my parents remodeled a rental property, including removal of a large chimney, but we could not at that time build an ADU because the added cost of the project would have triggered a reassessment of the property taxes. And if I recall correctly, it would have also required us, sorry, that's my cats, would have required us to raise the floor height of the whole house, which was infeasible. And yet the same project under the 50-50-50 trigger mentioned by staff would not have triggered an electrification requirement. Further, I would support the incentivizing or requiring heat pump HVAC systems in new residential buildings or in remodels which are replacing their HVAC or when an AC system is installed. The city should have incentives, particularly for ground source heat pumps, which are generally more expensive than air source heat pumps, but they are more energy efficient. They work better than air source when it is particularly hot or cold outside, and their operation is more quiet, in particular for the outside components. Such incentives would help avoid people choosing cheaper and noisier air source models, which could then cause a pushback from neighbors. When I'm outside, I can hear when my neighbor's AC comes online. In new construction, ground source heat exchange loops can affordably be installed under the building's footprint. This is the best time to install horizontally arranged underground heat exchange loops because you've got all the equipment on site and you're already impacting the site. In our case, when we installed the ground source heat pump, we didn't want to impact our landscape, so our loops were installed vertically in deep holes, which were rather expensive to bore. But the system works great, and it's both heating and cooling our home, which is fantastic. And finally, I think you should be careful in your requirements or your communications in regarding to EV chargers, since as was discussed in the SCAP hearing, the level 2 chargers installed in homes is causing a need to replace transformers, and there are shortages of this equipment. So I think you should be careful in what you communicate out, at least, and certainly in what you require. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Rosenblum, to be followed by Hillary Glenn. Welcome.
Hi. Yeah, thanks for the opportunity to speak. I think I'd like to go to a more high altitude view of the problem. And I think it was pointed out a year ago by our electric utility that they lack the capability to handle an all-electric system for heating and cooling. And one thing that needs to happen in the short term is to develop a plan to do this. We can't say we don't have time or it costs too much. It has to be done. So I think what we need is a committee of utility people and a council member or two, planning commission, I don't know who, but to look at microgrids, for example, where each neighborhood is a microgrid with solar power and storage, battery storage or hydrogen storage, so that when there's problems on the area-wide grid, these local grids can kick in, and they can also smooth the loads. The other thing that I found was missing from the presentation on EVs is any discussion of EV to grid power. Each EV has 60 kilowatt hours to maybe 100 kilowatt hours of storage. If these electric vehicles could be interfaced to the grid seamlessly, they could be charged and discharged as needed. For example, a person might say, I want my car fully charged by 7 a.m. And the system could figure out how to do that. And in the meantime, storing electricity or metering it back out to the grid. When I drive around Palo Alto, I see, hundreds of Teslas every day. And Tesla has been really regressive in not pursuing this. They really should be asked to pursue this technology. It's already being widely used in Japan, and some like Ford is proposing, or its new F-150 truck is supposed to be able to do this. And I see no reason why we shouldn't start doing demonstration projects with automakers to demonstrate this. I think it's an ideal way to alleviate the load on transformers, for example. Then, yeah, I'd just like to, just at the end here, to pile on the fact that heat pumps for space heating were left out. I think it's really a crucial thing, and a split system can actually provide both heating and cooling, which we never needed in the past, but with climate change, it's pretty clear we're going to need cooling as well. So more efficient cooling would be very important, and getting us away from fossil fuels at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Hillary Glenn, to be followed by Andrea Gara. Welcome.
Thank you, council members. I'm coming to you as one of the leaders of the 350 Palo Alto climate team. We're very happy to see the new REACH codes and glad that they will give a boost to our switch to electric efforts. We want to really thank the council and the staff for working so hard on this project. I do want to echo the concerns that the gas furnaces will become the forgotten stepchild in our switch to electric efforts. Gas furnaces last a lot longer than gas water heaters, so we can't wait 2 to 3 years to put focus on them. So we also advocate amending the proposed REACH codes to require not only water heaters, but also furnaces to be subject to upgrades during major remodels. We also encourage the city, if that's an option, to develop voluntary programs in the near term to spur residents to replace their gas furnaces. We saw great success with the working group that developed the new heat pump water heater replacement program and suggested a similar approach be used for heat pump HVAC systems. And while we should not ignore staff concerns about the additional electric loads required by the new electric HVAC systems during the winter months, this concern needs to be addressed in our overall approach to switching to electric. In addition to the oversized EV chargers we all learned about at the SCAP discussion, we have a problem that contractors tell homeowners they need to upgrade their electrical service to install new electric appliances. This practice means residents must pay tens of thousands of dollars sometimes to go electric, and the rest of us end up paying more because we have to upgrade the grid unnecessarily. So we need to educate our residents about how to be smarter about going electric. We have pricing tools in terms of our electricity, smart appliances, highly efficient and lower amperage electric appliances, circuit sharing devices, and smart panels to help Palo Alto go electric without emptying our bank accounts or crashing the grid. We urge you to put focus on this area as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andrea Gara, to be followed by David Cole. Welcome.
Hi, I'm also speaking tonight as a co-lead of the 350 Palo Alto Climate Team. As Hillary said, we are fully in support of the proposed green building REACH codes, as well as the recent council vote to approve the heat pump water heater program and the sustainability and climate action plan goals. The climate action goals are very ambitious with a 2030 endpoint. It's time is really of the essence, and REACH codes are considered only every 3 years. So to make sure that we stay on path to actually meet our SCAP goals, Council should commit to a quarterly benchmark, checking to see where we are, how many people are actually opting into our new heat pump water heater program, taking advantage of those rebates, and how many households are actually electrifying due to our new REACH codes, assuming that they are passed tonight. Palo Alto staff found that to reach our 2030 climate goal, we need to fully electrify most homes in Palo Alto. If we have quarterly benchmarks, we can see if we're actually on a trajectory to get that done, to have that 80% reduction in greenhouse gas by 2030. If the voluntary programs we have in place are not putting us on a path to reach that goal, we need to have a tiered response to course correct. I think we have a really good model in our water saving measures with the drought. Just like with that process, the council needs to have additional incentives and mandatory options that we're ready to roll out if we miss our targets. Our goals are laudable, but our success will depend on our willingness to commit to a robust and clear process to meet those goals. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is David Cole, to be followed by Matt Pacell, excuse me.
Good evening, council and staff. Thank you so much for your good work on the REACH codes. I'll just add one more addition to supporting the replacement of gas furnaces with heat pump technology when large remodels are done. A staff stated this evening that that's only about 40 homes. So if we're only 40 homes or heat pumps away from causing problem on the grid, we have other problems to think about. So I don't think that's really an issue. These new remodels are going to probably install that technology anyway. And the city is encouraging that, and they'd be foolish not to for the cost savings that will occur. So it seems that this requirement is going to happen anyway, just from regular upgrades. So we might as well just include it now with the REACH code instead of waiting 3 years. New remodels will be also greater insulation, and the heating that is done is going to be done in the wintertime where the transformers have time to cool down, thereby lessening the load on the grid. The normal calculations that are done, and I sent you a nice graph on this, suggest they're very conservative in terms of greater loads on the grid, such that our grid can probably handle this no problem. So I urge you to make that recommendation of adding heat pump furnaces on replacement of gas furnaces for new and large remodels. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Matt Passell, to be followed by Bruce Hodge. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. This is Matt Passell, by the way. And thank you for your consideration, and thank you to the staff for this excellent report. I'll speak a little more high level on this stuff. I talked to a lot of friends and people about climate change in general. I do support the proposal and specifically the building electrification stuff. It's great to hear all the support from others as well. But, you know, climate change is a very complex and anxiety-ridden area. And a lot of people, we as humans, we all look for that single solution of what if we just do this? What if we just go vegetarian? What if we stop flying on airplanes? What if we ride e-bikes or buy an electric car? And the truth is, we have to do all these things, right? So we have to invest in and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions for our buildings, for our transportation sector, agriculture, manufacturing. It really is across the board. And we will need a mix of voluntary and mandatory programs. I've got neighbors who put an ADU last year, and they just didn't know. They put in gas appliances, and if the code had been there, they feel terrible about it. But they wish they could take it back and go forward. So we do need some mandatory programs. It's not everybody comes to council meetings, spends time learning about these things. So it is really important to make some of these things mandatory. In terms of the concern about the grid, yes, we have to plan, and I understand there is a grid modernization program being analyzed by the city and the utility now. Looking forward to hearing about that soon. A lot of issues there. Yes, we will add resiliency, add capacity, will take some investment, but all this investment will have to deal with the worst impacts of climate change, both individually and collectively. It's going to take some investment. Imagine if it's 2030 and it's 120 degrees outside. We can have a nice fat bank account, but we can't go out and spend and buy the temperature down. There's no short-term weather market, right? We have to invest now and as quickly as possible. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bruce Hodge, to be followed by Brett Anderson. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, and staff. I'm Bruce Hodge from Carbon Free Palo Alto. I'm going to echo a lot of the statements that have been made already. The staff proposal for the Energy Reach Code is excellent in many respects. We fully support the proposed extension of electric-only rules for all new building types, including ADUs and substantial remodels. To address electrification in existing buildings, staff proposes requiring a heat pump water heater when the existing water heater is replaced or a new water heater is added as part of a residential addition or alteration. Carbon Free Palo Alto strongly supports an additional requirement along these same lines as the water heater requirement, and currently not in the staff proposal, which would require two-way heat pump systems in these two cases for existing residential buildings. The first case is when a gas ducted heating system is replaced during additions or alterations. And the second case is when a new central AC system is installed, either as a replacement or as a new installation. So as you've heard, these ducted heat pump HVAC systems are capable of both cooling and heating, and they cost roughly the same as a traditional AC system. This proposal is a cost-effective proposal, and it doesn't really increase any financial burden upon the building owner. Staff has voiced some concern about the additional electrical load on the distribution grid during the winter months. And as has been pointed out already, we're really only talking about 100 remodels per year. Many residents are voluntarily choosing to install such systems in both new buildings and remodels, and the grid is supporting this new equipment. There's really no choice that the utility has other than to support this. So in other words, the incremental impact of adding this requirement to the REACH code seems quite small compared to what's happening already. In addition, the thermal load, as mentioned before, on transformers is less during the colder winter months. So we believe the city will be doing building owners a favor by guiding them away from installing what will become a stranded asset in the future. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Brett Anderson, to be followed by Sven Thiessen.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on the topic. I don't want to go over points that were already made by other speakers tonight. I was reading some news on the way over and was struck by an editorial that was in the Hill entitled "To Fight Inflation, We Must Fight Climate Change." And it almost seems like everywhere I turn today, I read about the increase in prices of the goods that we consume and the services we consume going up indirectly with the increasing floods and fires and natural disasters we're having all over the world. So, you know, when the droughts in China shut down the factories that can't supply the electric parts for the electric cars we're trying to consume, or the droughts on the Texas-Mexican border are pushing meat prices and produce prices higher, or as I learned in Josh Becker's latest town hall, how an increase in flood insurance and fire insurance is hitting us now. This is really important work, and I'm really proud to be part of the Palo Alto community with a council that's that active and making this a priority, and staff that set up 3 council meetings in a row to really focus on some major steps forward on addressing the protection of our climate. So I would just like to second all of the comments that were made up until my part here, because I think those are worthy additions to what the staff has proposed. And by making this extension into existing buildings, I think we're doing a very good job of increasing the profile of electrification and education of electrification for folks who are making these kinds of changes to their buildings. I think that on the commercial side, the heat pump replacements for gas packs seems to be cost effective. We may have a delay in understanding how that can be done in Palo Alto, but I think within a year, I would expect, you know, staff to understand a lot better how that could be implemented, even with a direct install program such as the heat pump water heater for residences. So we can have solutions, I think, in a lot of these areas in existing buildings, which is really the bulk of the building emissions problem in Palo Alto. So thank you for the time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sven Thiessen, to be followed by Sophie Thiessen.
Evening, everybody. Thank you so much. Sven Thiessen, chemical engineer, dad, man of faith, here to entertain you and energize you. Please, we have so many energy geeks here. First, take your right hand and pat yourself on the back. The topic is electric vehicles, because in 2012 and 2013, this Saudi council said every new apartment unit gets access to EV-ready charging. Do you know how much PG&E charges their citizens to do that these days when they have to retrofit? $18,000. So we have saved, because you guys, the citizenry, those geeks back there, came up with the idea, put it forth, and you guys adopted it. So pat yourself on the back. Since 2013. Now we're going to do some minor tweaks in Cal Green right now. We're going to lower the power, as we should. But another thing we could do is wire from the receptacle to the unit meter, and that way the apartment complex management or the condo HOA doesn't have to mess with the billing. It goes directly to your meter. And when the utility goes to time of use metering, which we will eventually, right guys? Which we will eventually, you heard the great nay, yes, right there. We are going to do that sometime, and that's going to make life a lot easier for everybody. But again, pat yourself on the back for EV stuff, okay? Second, natural gas, really bad, all right? We've heard it from the energy geeks. We know it is really bad. Now, how many people have been burned by a stove? I'm clumsy. Before moving into my all-electric house, when the induction stove, I used to burn myself a lot. And I had to deal with the particulate from partial combustion of natural gas and all of those other toxins, but now I don't. And clean up. How many people have induction stoves? Okay, Tom, how hard is it to clean that induction stove? Not very hard. Okay, don't lie to me. Have you ever put newspaper down and then fried something and then just balled the newspaper up and put it in the compost? Okay, see how easy it is to clean stuff up? We got to get off natural gas. And when you get onto electric, it's a lot more convenient. And what I want to talk about most importantly here, besides the joviality, is your legacy. I challenge you, as I did in 2018, to come up with a sundown date for neighborhoods with natural gas, to say from 2035, certain neighborhoods that don't have industry at the end, we're just going to terminate the natural gas. We would have done so many more electrics if our vendors knew we were going to sundown natural gas. Think about your legacy, something that you want to tell your grandchildren about, and that is you started the great turnoff of the natural gas. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sophie Thiessen, to be followed by Julia Zeitlin. Welcome.
Hi, I first want to apologize on behalf of him. He's great, but I'm sorry. Hi, I'm 16, and I honestly don't really know much about what we're talking about, but I know that my house is amazing and I get the huge privilege on getting to live there. And the only issues that we've ever had with it is the fire alarm going off, just like any other house would. But if I were you guys and I was coming in here with the slightest opinion about this topic, I wouldn't change it after this meeting. But I want you guys to really consider it and realize that this has a lot more effect on me and my life than it will on yours. So just please take that into consideration when you're making this bill. So thank you. That's it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Julia Zeitlin, to be followed by our final speaker, Amanda Rubin. Welcome.
Good evening, council members. I hope you are doing well. I'm speaking today as a leader of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, or PASC. First off, I just want to thank the council for taking 3 major progressive climate forward steps, including the carbon neutrality goal, the SCAP goals and key actions approval, as well as approval of the heat pump water heater program, which gained more support this weekend at the Making Better Choices in Your Home workshop. I would like to take this time to convey my support for the current and extended building reach codes. I strongly support the proposed new code requirement number 9. It states the city will adopt a definition for substantial remodel that will trigger green building requirements for new construction projects. We need to ensure that there aren't easy ways to circumvent green building codes that intend to make our city more sustainable and individuals' homes healthier. Additionally, I implore the council to further expand building code number 6 that requires heat pump water heaters when water heaters are replaced as a part of a residential addition and/or alteration project. In addition to electric water heaters, we should be requiring the installation of heat pump HVAC systems during residential additions or alterations. Air source heat pumps or heat pump HVACs are similar in cost to traditional AC systems and have the capacity to both heat or cool your home. With the small number of remodels that occur each year in Palo Alto, this additional requirement to electrify HVACs would not be a concern or extra burden to our grid. And lastly, while there's an increased amount of discussion and emphasis of the sustainability of residential buildings, we must also ensure that commercial buildings are held to similar standards regarding electrification. I hope you take these suggestions into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Amanda Rubin. Welcome.
Hi, I'm Amanda Rudin, and I'm a senior at Gunn High School, and I'm also a member of the Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, also known as PASC. I wanted to take a moment to express my gratitude for the passing of 3 important initiatives: the heat pump water heater program, the carbon neutrality by 2030 goal, and the updated SCAP goals. These initiatives are all instrumental in helping us meet our environmental sustainability goals. I would also like to take some time to express my support for the extension of the City of Palo Alto's green building requirements. These proposed requirements, specifically those related to heat pump water heaters, will help us to create a more sustainable city moving forward. In addition to approving the extended building reach codes, I urge you to support the addition of requiring the installation of 2-way heat pump HVAC systems when homeowners are remodeling or replacing old AC and HVAC units. I first became aware of the goal of electrification after joining PASC, and I fully support this goal and see the importance of electrification. I took APES in my junior year of high school, and I remember learning about all of the complex implications that air pollution can have. Air pollution has detrimental effects on both our environment and public health. Not only will we lose precious habitat for the wildlife in our community, but we will also continue to see the health effects of poor air quality for generations to come. Natural gas is the second highest cause of greenhouse gas emissions in Palo Alto, making up 32% of our total emissions. Air quality is an issue that affects everyone and is impossible to ignore. If we continue to push for electrification, we will be able to reduce emissions from homes by up to 90% in the coming years. Reducing emissions through electrification will ensure our city has cleaner, less polluted air for many years to come. To help improve the health of both our local ecosystems and our community as a whole, all while creating a sustainable city, we need to address our greenhouse gas emissions. I urge the City Council to use your collective resources and power to help us achieve these paramount goals by supporting these new green building requirements. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more final speaker, Crystal Hernandez, and then that closes our public hearing. Welcome.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi there, my name is Crystal Hernandez. I am a resident of San Mateo and I am the Octera Student Ambassador Program Manager. And I fully support and am in support of building electrification and the update on REACH codes. I'm in full support as well of the recommendations made by the San Mateo Climate Action Team. And thank you to those who came before me. I second that. Have a great night.
Thank you. All right, we'll now return to the council for any other questions or discussion. I didn't ask any of the first go round, so I'd like to follow on to a couple of the comments that were offered by members of the community. And I want to say that we're appreciative of the thoughtful, substantive recommendations. So first question, was staff capturing as well as possible a number of these concrete recommendations? And before I dive into my specific ones, are there any that you have feedback on or thoughts on at this time?
I do not, but utilities may have some feedback on the heat pump mechanical system installation requirement.
You said the mechanical?
Yeah, utilities may have for the AC and
so that's the first one that I did want to ask about. And I also want to just to tee this up. As we look at some of these other recommendations, we're on a 3-year update to a lot of these codes. But that update cycle was established when things were less urgent and less dynamic. They're really changing rapidly. So do we have a reconsideration of the cycle time in which we should be re-examining certain updates to the codes?
In general, for the majority of the codes, I think.
And I'm sorry, I'm mostly focusing
on the green building. Yes,
the green building
sustainability.
codes. Yes.
No, if it's just outlined to that, we do not.
All right. Well, we can have that discussion, and then I did want to ask, and maybe if utility staff or others can wade in on the recommendation that carbon-free Palo Alto and others were talking about, which is to look at two-way heat pump for basically heating, cooling systems in 2 cases. One where there are additions or alterations of existing buildings when a gas ducted heating system is replaced, and 2, when a new central AC system is installed, either a replacement or a new installation. And so what would prevent us, or what would be the pros and cons in your mind of adopting those 2 additional requirements?
Jonathan Abenshine.
Oh, John, we can't hear you.
Sorry. Jonathan Abenshine, Assistant Director.
You're faint. I'm sorry. We could barely hear you, but kind of faint there.
Okay. Um, All right.
Is the volume just down?
Yeah, there's a volume problem.
Well, we can try. I think we can just make it out if you can speak as loud as possible.
Okay, here we go. Hopefully that improved things a little bit. So Jonathan Abendschein, Assistant Director with the Utilities Department. I think that the way that they laid out the requirements, they reflect the direction that we'd like to be going long term. Heat pump space heating programs and mandates are something that we want to ramp up. I think the big concern in the short term here is around engineering and operations staff time in the utilities department. So we have about half of our electric engineering positions vacant right now. That's 6 positions, and hiring is pretty challenging. The engineering team is fully engaged right now with customer service work and some basic routine maintenance work. So long-term investment isn't as much on the table. We're currently handling the volume of applications that are coming in. And when we were working with the SCAP committee and working through these reach code recommendations, we made some judgment calls that with the goal of not overloading the engineering team. And I think the concern there is avoiding a situation where we put a mandate in and then our engineering team ends up overwhelmed and it delays occupancy on projects while people wait for transformers. There was some mention of that this was a relatively small volume. A relatively small volume of higher impact appliances can have a significant impact on the engineering team. We handle about 100 new construction projects each year. Those are about 20% of an engineer's time. In the reach code recommendations, we doubled that by adding substantial remodels. And I think adding another 100 or 150 HVAC projects could effectively triple the engineering team's reach code workload on top of the routine workload unrelated to the reach code. The thing about the reason we focused on water heaters in the reach code and SCAP was that they have relatively flat loads over the course of the year. So they have less of an impact than other electrification measures. Space heating, on the other hand, peaks in winter, which is about the same time that our residential load peaks. I think people have the perception that electric load peaks in the summer, and in our commercial areas it does, but in residential areas it peaks in the winter when people come home and turn on their lights, because people have Palo Alto's historically had very little air conditioning. So the transformers are sized for winter, and when you stack the space heating loads on top of the existing winter loads, it's more likely to result in a transformer upgrade. The other concern we have is about transformer supplies. It currently takes over a year to get new transformers due to supply chain issues. We don't have enough on hand to manage current permit volumes, but we don't want to see large increases there. And then I think just the last, because while the volumes are large relative to our workload, the volumes are because they are relatively small compared to the total number of heat pump space heaters in Palo Alto. We also felt that the greenhouse gas impact was small relative to the potential workload risk. So those were some of the factors that we weighed in considering the recommendations that we made. And I have our Director of Engineering, Tom Marshall, here, who can correct anything that I may have said, maybe not precisely right, or if there are any follow-up questions.
So given what you just explained in terms of engineering capacity first and equipment capacity second, and yet we have this circumstance where we really want to get away from folks installing new gas systems that are, in the case of the HVAC systems, maybe lasting 20 years, and appreciating that the rollout of the heat pump water heaters program is very significant in itself in terms of its demands on our our staff from the engineering to the program folks who are all, and even to the development center folks who are all involved with rolling out a significant new program, that we have those two competing interests. And what I think I'd like to propose is that we, this coming year, in the first part of the year, a rolling year from now is what I mean, not a fiscal or a calendar year. We specifically identify and come to the council with the steps that would be necessary to address those capacity issues, and then allow for an update to this program within 1 year based upon addressing those. And I appreciate that our competitiveness in utilities engineering, given that there is presently a limited pool of qualified people in this field, that competitiveness is a big part of the issue today. We've been talking about this for a long time, but the council really hasn't had a presentation on how to address that competitiveness, other than we took this recent council action to, as a legislative priority, to address advocating for a very significant statewide investment in this engineering capacity. And we have an upcoming meeting facilitated by Actera and Senator Becker's office to begin the process of trying to identify prospective legislation to achieve that. But that's going to be several years before we'll really have an increase in the workforce. In the meantime, it's a competitive environment for that. And we have to figure out how we can address that in the near term. So that's going to be something that I'm perhaps going to want to add on tonight as a direction if colleagues are supportive of that. And then the other item that I want to bring up is what Sven Thiessen brought up on the EV readiness. I wasn't sure whether he was referring to the EV readiness as you've described it on slide 19 versus EV installed. George, did you understand his recommendation?
I believe our proposal actually requires the infrastructure for all the parking for multifamily projects. I think what Mr. Thiessen was recommending was that they be pre-wired back to actually unit sub-meters. And currently we do not require, utilities does not require separate sub-meters for multifamily projects.
So can we hear feedback on that proposal then?
John Havenstein, do you have any feedback on that?
I'm going to ask Tom Marshall to, I'm hoping Tom, our engineering manager, can help me speak to that a little bit.
Well, Tom's coming on. Oh, go ahead, Tom. Oh, you're muted. I think it doesn't show muted. We couldn't hear you. No, we're not hearing you, even though the mute button doesn't appear on. No, just no. You just have laryngitis. No such luck. While you're...
would it be okay if I confer with Tom and we come back come back
Sure.
on this one. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, in the meantime, let's go to Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you, Mayor Burt. Hopefully everyone can hear me still. I just want to confirm a few things. First, no new fire pits. Did I hear that correctly?
That is correct.
All right, good. So I don't have to have another one of those sad conversations with one of my neighbors. And then I have 3 topics I want to cover: kitchens, cars, and water. The first topic is kitchens. Am I right that we are not requiring electric kitchens if someone does a kitchen remodel right now, as long as it doesn't trigger the 50-50-50?
That is correct.
And why not?
We didn't take that into consideration. It wasn't part of our initial thought pattern.
Okay, I guess just in the context of, you know, I just found the page in the report, which I think is towards the back here. So I just pulled it out, where it says that we have to electrify all of our single family homes by 2030. So just love thoughts on that. And if there's some reason we can't do that, I'd at least like us to consider what San Mateo is doing, which is at least requiring an electric outlet by the appliances. So thoughts on that?
Sure. Councilmember Cormack, as you were talking through that a little bit more, I do recall that we didn't really consider that as an option because the electric panel may need to be upgraded, but there are many uses for smart meters at these point in time. So it is something that we possibly could consider in the future.
In the future, like in this revision, or do you mean like if we do a rev next year?
Yeah, like a new rev next year.
Okay, then I might add that to the list that the mayor was starting of things that we might want to consider. Because, you know, again, we're going to let people install, you know, gas stoves and cooktops over this next year, and then we're going to ask them to take them out. And so I'm concerned about that. Okay, next question is about cars. So I appreciate all of the electric vehicle information you provided, including on slide 19. I'm wondering why we're going to let people, and so now I'm on, I think, 252, packet page 252. Make sure that's right, yeah. Why would we still just allow capable? Why wouldn't we, you know, insist that it be ready, or even just go ahead and have the equipment there?
Christine, do you have a response to that? Councilmember Cormack, let me look at my notes a little bit here too.
I apologize. Can you repeat the question?
Yes, I'm on packet page 252, and basically we're proposing that they can have an EV ready space, but we're not requiring them to install the equipment itself. And we're allowing them to install the equipment, and we're letting them know they might want to do the low power version, but we're not requiring it. And I'm wondering if there's a reason we shouldn't be just requiring the equipment to be installed.
Yes, actually, this came up during the public meeting, and there was some discussion that the technology for EV charging equipment can change over the next 5-10 years. So we want to give multifamily building owner the option to put in the latest and greatest EV charging equipment. So unless there is an immediate need to put in the charging equipment, it may be better to hedge against putting EV charging equipment for all the parking spaces. We're still requiring that they have to have a plug for each of the parking spaces, so the EV charging equipment can easily be installed without any additional cost.
Okay, but I see on the table that it says even for single family, it just needs to be EV ready, or you could have equipment installed. So even for single family, we're letting people just be ready, not actually have it.
Yes, that's correct.
And what's preventing us from moving ahead to the equipment itself? Is it just the concern that the technology might change?
Yes, and then also, yes, actually, the answer is yes. We, for some homeowners, they may want to wait until later before they purchase a EV, and so they can choose the EV charging equipment at a later time.
Okay, I'll be interested to hear what my colleagues have to say about that, but I think we're being, I think we should be more prescriptive there. Okay, the next topic hasn't really come up yet, and I just wanted to touch briefly on water. And I wonder if the clerk would be so kind as to pull up slide 24 from the presentation I sent. And let me just describe for my colleagues while this is coming up. At last week's Board Policy Committee meeting of the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, they presented the CEO and General Manager, and slide 24, please, if you could. Presented some information, thank you, perfect. Historical information and current about how much water we use in our residential work, and that would be gallons per customer per day. So if you just take a look at this, you can see Palo Alto is the red dot, one of the 4 large red dots. So this is 2012, 2013. You can see the average is 71. Okay, and at this point in time, San Francisco was using 49. And now if you can just toggle to slide 25, please. Now you'll see that Palo Alto is still a large red dot, but many of our neighbors have managed to reduce the amount of water they're using per person. And this, I think, points out an opportunity for us, whether it's in terms of changing what we expect people to do with their front lawns, or thinking about swimming pools. I think we have been on water, and our neighbors have really made progress. Thanks. You can take that down now. So I doubt we'll be able to fix that tonight, but in the event we do something next year, I think it's really important for this council and this community to grapple with the fact that we really have not made the improvements in water that are going to be necessary. Thanks so much.
Okay. I just wanted to check whether my thinking on the difference on EV readiness versus EV installed is correct. So in addition to what Christine brought up, if we require a home to be EV ready upon construction, it means that they have the power feed to the location, right? If they don't yet have an electric vehicle, if we required to have them to be EV installed at this time, we'd be insisting that they go forward with that before they've purchased an electric vehicle. Now that might push them toward an electric vehicle, but at the same time, it would be mandating that they go that last step of actually having it installed beforehand. The other issue, which I think may be more pertinent, is that we've come to the recognition that right now, until we upgrade the capacity of our citywide infrastructure systematically, basically changing out the vast majority of residential transformers that haven't been changed out, which will be perhaps as much as a 10-year program. We may go from right now not wanting folks to install higher amperage level 2 chargers. The EV manufacturers have been encouraging the 50 amperes, 240 volt level 2 chargers because it reduces range anxiety. But we now have come to understand that's overkill. But in 5 years or so, if you have all the capacity you need on your transformer, then it may be a different decision on what you would install if you put an EV charger in at that time. And that's a second reason that it may be okay, in my mind, to stay with this program of EV Ready, because that's what it is. It's ready. When you get your EV, if you've got the wire there, it's easy for you to select what your charger is and go with it. And if in the future you may make a different choice than you would today, it's ready for that too. So that's why I'm kind of persuaded to not push harder on that EV installed right now. Does that seem like a correct evaluation of the circumstances?
Yes, it does, Mayor Burt.
Okay. All right. I'm persuaded there. Councilmember Philsett.
Yeah, I was just going to concur on the EV Ready. I think it's the right place to stop at this point. You want to get to the point where it's a drop-in. So when somebody buys an EV, it's just push button. And I think you get that with EV Ready. If you go all the way to the charger, then we're going to be making people buy several $100s worth of charger that's going to sit around and not get used. And consider the extreme case where, maybe I don't even have a car. Okay, you're going to make me buy a charger. The city's going to make me buy a charger when I don't even have a car, right? So I think requiring the charger in advance of the EV, which is just going to sit there, I think that's an overreach on the part of the city. I think EV Ready is the right place to stop. And I think the technology changing argument also has merit too.
Okay, I don't see any other lights, so why don't we look and put on the screen the staff recommendation. Mouthful. And then if the council would like to provide some direction that is not specifically changes to this year's codes, but we want to direct that for next actions over the course of this year. Should we do that as amendments to this motion or do it as a separate motion? Amendments, okay.
Staff has expressed a preference for a separate motion.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and do that, and we can start by voting on this motion first, and then I'll introduce a supplemental motion. All right, I will move the staff recommendations 1 through 9.
Second.
Second by Councilmember Philsett. I see no lights. So clerk, please call the roll.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Tanaka,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Councilmember Philsett,
Yep.
Councilmember Cormac.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and so let me try to take a stab at a supplemental motion. And it would be to direct staff first element of it would be to return to the council as soon as feasible with recommendations on strategies to increase our electrification workforce, to be able to assure electric reliability and to expand electrification programs in the next year that would incorporate two-way, I want to call them heat pump HVAC systems upon replacement of existing systems, a replacement of existing gas systems, or when a new system is installed. And in residential and commercial, and in the commercial, I'd say roof pack. This is not all commercial, not the large scale. Parentheses, roof pack. R, not goof. And systems. And I have a second, I'll speak to this just a little bit. Pardon me? Well, no, actually, so let's put that as A. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'll make that the full motion at this time.
I'll second. I do have maybe a recommendation on something that might improve the efficiency of this, because I'm curious to get staff's thoughts. Then the motioner seems like kind of the point of this is we're not at the point of our electrical grid being able to handle the increased capacity, and so that's why we're delaying it. Might be a better option to be able to include, I agree, increasing electrification workforce, but maybe some language that it could include some like triggering language that, I don't know, at a point where staff, whatever director, whatever proper department head could have the ability to, on their own, be able to then make the determination to enact these requirements when we reach there, instead of it coming back to council and going through that process?
Well, I appreciate the intent of that. I think that this is going to involve really some discussion, and I think the SCAP ad hoc will be a lot of where this will occur, and that I think we're going to need to have some dialogue back and forth. It's not a binary circumstance, and I think we're going to essentially set a goal and then have the work toward that this year, and then come back. And it could be that we can achieve this sooner, or it could be that we have to modify it and we can't fully achieve it in the time frame that we would like. But I think we're going to need to work through this, and that's why I deliberately kept it a little more flexible and vague.
Okay. And as long as staff understands this to be expeditious and council supports them in that, then I'm fine with that. So I'll second.
If I might just comment on this, Mayor and Councilmember Stone, Council. Actually believe this is very consistent with what you will see on December 5th, which is the overall 3-year work plan for the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan, of which there are already pieces of this. And so I think within the context of the code amendments that you just approved, the direction here would effectively provide a bit of a longer term view of what, again, you will see within the course of the next 45 days.
Good. And so hopefully we're well aligned between this motion and what will come back. It provides additional council clarity on priority. And to the extent I want to speak to it is that between the commercial and the residential, we have more impact in greenhouse gas reductions would be from the commercial mandate. We already have a home hot water heat pump mandate there. And it's entirely appropriate, I think, for that we have a corresponding requirement on commercial, especially given that, but that's a sizable segment of our greenhouse gases is in those roof pack systems. And they appear to be cost effective. And that's part of what we'll need to have the verification of. We actually have a meeting tomorrow, staff with members of the California Energy Commission who are very interested in our initiatives. And I'm hoping that some of this knowledge in terms of being able to studies that have looked at cost effectiveness and other means, we're going to be able to leverage resources and not have to do all this ourselves. On the residential side, there will be probably less greenhouse gas reductions from this initiative, but still it's a cost-effective change and it addresses something that's happening, which is we historically, as staff has said, we have historically have not had a lot of air conditioning in our homes in Palo Alto. We have a nominal increase in heat, but more importantly, we have mega fires most summers where we have to close off our windows that we used to open up during heat waves. And people are starting to put in HVAC systems because they're trapped in their home in the hottest period of the summer for a month with the windows largely closed. And we're starting to put more of those in. It's a trend that I expect will continue and accelerate. And the cost effectiveness, if you're going to put in an air conditioning system, or if you're going to replace your furnace and get a two-way system that gives you both out of one unit and does so at a highly energy efficient, low cost way to do that with a capital cost, but it's a really advantageous approach. That's where we want to move people, and we don't want them putting in new gas systems or inefficient standalone HVAC systems or air conditioning. So that's the reasoning. Councilmember Cormack.
Did Councilmember Stone already speak to his second?
Anything else?
No, I think this strikes a good balance. I mean, we all understand the importance of moving as expeditiously as possible to achieve these goals. These are critical ways to get us there, but I think staff has reasonably articulated the limitations of moving forward on this too quickly. And we have to govern in the world that, in the reality that exists. So I think this provides a nice balance there.
Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you. I just have one question, and it's for staff. Are you already working to increase our electrification workforce?
Well, I can ask Mr. Abendschein to respond more specifically, but yes, the council previously authorized some positions that staff has been following up on to increase staffing both in engineering as well as, I believe, in the programs area as well. Mr. Abendschein?
Yes. We've been working to hire for the positions approved in the FY 2023 budget and at mid-year in FY 2022. We've made progress on some recruitments. Recruitment of engineers is still challenging, but we're looking at a range of different approaches to recruit. We've had some successes, although we've had some losses of staff as well. So yeah, it's a continuing effort.
Okay, thanks so much. I'll be voting no on this proposal.
Okay, Vice Mayor Coop.
It's along the same questioning as Councilmember Cormack. So we approved some of the workforce to increase the workforce previously. Are you asking for another increase? Is this a proposal for another increase?
So there are two issues. One is what we authorize, and there may need to be additional authorizations that we say, yes, you can hire these additional positions. The other and probably bigger problem we have is filling the opening spots that we already have authorized. And that's more what we as a council need to address in terms of, and staff, on how we will do that. So authorizing hires doesn't mean we can find the people and hire them. That's the bigger part of the problem. And that's how question of how competitive our salaries are and other means that we may use to be able to fill these positions. Basically, for the last decade or so, PG&E has had to go through a massive hiring to be able to address their safety issues and other system upgrade issues that they have. They've rated the workforce, and we haven't been competitive enough to hold on to or expand our workforce. And it's a big problem. Our whole climate plan and electrification program is being held back by that ability, as we've heard tonight. We've heard that we can't do some of the things that are cost-effective climate initiatives because we don't have this engineering capacity primarily. And that's despite the fact that we've had openings in these staff positions. Even before we authorized the additional positions at mid-year this last spring, we had huge openings and we couldn't fill them. So we authorized more, and we're filling some with junior positions. We're losing others, but we're not keeping up with the need is basically the problem.
Oh, I just want to ensure that if we're not able to fill the ones that are vacant right now, how would increasing it help fill?
We have to have our salaries competitive, and we have to look more resourcefully at innovative hiring practices. My understanding is we've already done some of that, and we're now more directly recruiting at the limited number of state universities that degree these positions. We may need to be looking out of state, but it's same sort of thing that we went through in fire positions some time ago when we just couldn't find the people. But some of it is compensation levels.
I don't mean, I guess I'm trying to understand. So it's not so much increasing our workforce, it's more to review our compensation levels then.
It's both. So we can't fill the positions that we have open, and we need to have more positions than we've already authorized in all likelihood if we're going to do this next phase of electrification. So it's both.
And do you see that these hires will only be looking at electrification programs, or are they also versed in other areas of planning? Because
well, they're electrical engineers primarily, and the reason I put in here is to ensure reliability and expand the electrification programs. One of the issues that we have is that we need to make our system even more reliable. From some of these shortages, this is part of why, not the totality, of why we've had more outages in the last 2 years than we historically have had, is we are short-staffed. And we are short-staffed because we haven't been competitive enough. And I have asked innumerable people in the community, where our baseline residential electricity rates are 40% below PG&E, liable to be more like 50% below in the next reporting period, because PG&E's rates are going up significantly faster than ours. And if you ask any resident, would they rather be 40% below PG&E and an unreliable system, or 30% below and a very reliable system? I haven't found anybody, or virtually anybody, who would prefer the 40% below and unreliable versus 30% below and reliable. And that's what I think we need to do, because if we don't return to the exceptional reliability that Palo Alto had, and then we're going to have a greater struggle convincing the community to move forward and embracing the electrification program that we have to do as the backbone of our climate plan.
And I appreciate that, Mayor. I just want to make sure that we're not heavy on one side of hiring and not looking into and not recognizing the other areas in our departments, but that might need to have spots filled.
Well, this is really, I think, the one that our utility staff has identified as the most crucial shortage. And certainly, if we don't address our reliability, whether we move forward with electrification or not, we have a problem.
We have a problem, right? I kind of have to weigh and balance out yeah, I'm gonna have to think about this one. Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Philseth.
Yeah. So, I think I understand this, but it sounds to me like staff's already working on this, including the resourcing aspect. So I get that council is really enthusiastic about this topic and we want to help on every facet and every task. But, the risk of sort of these redundant council directives is that council ends up inadvertently giving staff a bunch more work to do. Well, we think we're not doing that, but, it turns out we really are. And so every time we do these kinds of things, it sort of the risk is of opening back doors to council or even passionate individual council members sort of giving staff a bunch more action items. So I think staff has their hands full with the current direction. I think the heat pump water heater pilot is critically important, and I think it could be a lot of work. I really want to see results on the existing agenda. We need to be successful on the existing programs. I'm satisfied we're pointed right. I don't think this motion helps that, so I'm going to vote no on it.
Okay. I don't see further lights. Let's go ahead and take a vote.
Councilmember Cormack,
No.
Councilmember Tanaka,
No.
Councilmember Philseth,
No.
Vice Mayor Ku,
Yes.
Councilmember Stone,
Yes.
Mayor Burt,
Yes.
Councilmember Du Bois.
No.
Motion fails 3-4.
All right. And I see no further lights. So that concludes this item, I believe. Okay, that takes us to council member questions, comments, and announcements. And does anybody have any? I do once others had an opportunity. Oh, Councilmember Cormack.
Thank you. I just want to say it was such a pleasure to attend the fire department's promotion ceremony recently. Everybody from Deputy Chief Lindsay all the way through our newest recruits and the hazardous inspectors. So it was been a long time coming. Hadn't had one during COVID, so it was a pleasure to be there. And then secondly, I just wanted to foreshadow for the full council a conversation we had last week at Policy and Services around a potential trip to Washington, D.C., perhaps next year, aligned with the National League of Cities. I think the federal lobbyist indicated that it would be appropriate and helpful if council members were willing, to trek to DC and speak with our members' staffs, on the Hill in person. And I think, we just spent so much time talking about climate programs. I can't imagine a more important topic. So just wanted to foreshadow that for my colleagues. Thank you.
And I'll just offer a few updates. We didn't really have much reporting out on a good town hall meeting that we had with Barron Park, Green Acres 1 and 2, and who am I leaving out?
Palo Alto Orchards.
Palo Alto Orchards. And Palo Alto Orchards neighborhoods, southwestern Palo Alto neighborhood groups. And it was a good initial kickoff for these meetings. And I think it was well received by the members of the community who were there, and Councilmember Du Bois, Vice Mayor Koo, and I joined a good number of senior staff members who were there and ready to answer a lot of different questions that came up. And then I wanted to give an update on the Santa Clara County Cities Association, because we received notice as a city that they were ready to bring forward a proposal that had been percolating for a couple years to create a joint power authority for the Cities Association. The city managers group in the county had met and raised a number of concerns and questions about the basis for that change and the ramifications for it. At the meeting of the board of the Cities Association on last week, several of us on the board raised some other questions, and the staff and the executive committee of the Cities Association also acknowledged that they really needed to address the questions both from the board members and the city managers. And so they're pulling back on making a proposal for a vote on that at this time. And the November meeting, they'll have a deeper discussion on explaining to the board the full rationale for the recommendation and all the alternatives associated with it. So we should receive updates. One last thing, mark your calendars. We are collaborating with a number of different nonprofits on a climate collaboration summit on November 12th, tentatively at Gunn High School from 1 to 4 p.m., where we have a combination of our sibling cities and discussions on climate collaboration. As a result of that, we have the U.S. Assistant Secretary of Energy, Dr. Nuri, who's going to be here. And we'll have both speakers and a workshop that is being planned right now on state and federal and local programs and how they all are related to the historic funding that's coming toward these initiatives from the state and federal level. And we, as a city, I'm going to request that we authorize from the council contingency fund a maximum of $5,000. The PAUSD has already signed on to, or tentatively signed on to be a co-sponsor, and will be giving us the space without a rental fee. We may also have some sponsorship from other groups like Valley Water. But our youth climate, Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition is very enthusiastic and full partners in this, and a whole series of Stanford energy and climate student organizations are also getting on board, as well as Actera, and we hope to have Menlo Park and others all involved. So hopefully we'll have a good summit. Councilmember Du Bois.
Yeah, well, thank you for pulling that together. Looking forward to that. I actually wanted to go back to the Cities Association and just say I'm concerned that they haven't really talked about a viable option other than a JPA. And if it's useful, I don't know if, the council would want to take a position, but I just urge you as our representative there to see if there's a forum. It's maybe closer to what Cal Cities does, which doesn't have a lot of the overhead and issues that these structures they're proposing seem to have.
So that one of the things that several of us requested was to have laid out in greater depth what are the alternatives and what was the basis for that, and others raised similar issues. So we hope that that will be part of the substance they'll come to us with.
I know in the past they've eliminated some of the options for various reasons, but yeah, it'd be good to push on that a little bit.
Okay. And on that note, we can conclude. Thank you.